eastern side of Iman, where you eventually find your way to the outskirts of your favorite purveyor of arcane mystical artifacts,
Gilmore.
Shaun Gilmore himself.
Shaun Gilmore.
So as you guys,
His first name?
I know. I didn't know Shaun was his first name either.
yeah,
Either.
Not been paying attention.
Shaun Gilmore, but you've always called him Gilmore.
We're on first name basis now, guys.
No one's on first name basis with Gilmore.
We are.
Maybe
Gilmore is Gilmore.
Except for maybe Vax over there.
Except maybe Vax. So, at this point now, you're pushing about 2 in the afternoon. It's extremely busy. You can hear the clomping of horse, hooves in the ground. People are walking past, and you swear as you're stepping through the city, maybe a handful of people kind of stop and watch you guys walk through, stunned, and almost like they'd seen a celebrity on the street. As the most recent makeup of the Winter's Crest Festival was a celebration of you being the heroes who saved the city of Iman and the sovereign and his family. Apparently, you're now recognizable within the city of Iman.
My sister winks.
All right, so Vax wills Vex to wink. Wex, do you accept this wink from your brother?
Winks.
I do.
All right,
The other way.
perfect. There you go.
Just let him run.
Perfect. We've lined it up. As you walk across the main thoroughfare, you make your way to the the wide but single-story building that is Gilmore's Glorious Goods. It's of all the various shades of brown and red and brick that makes up a lot of these buildings, Gilmore's Glorious Goods is presented in fine, deep blue and purple fabrics and a paint scheme that would look like the worst funhouse to enter. Worst or best, depending on your opinion. The entranceway is not a door, but a series of hanging beads and large cloth drapes that are kind of gently falling to be brushed aside as you enter. It's not as big as you remember or recall, you seemingly, but then as you step through the front doors, you remember why. Much like the TARDIS, the interior of the Gilmore's Goods is bigger on the inside. There is a magical enchantment base within this building where the interior is actually a 2-story and much larger place of business. Immediately, the smells of incense and fine perfumes kind of assault your nose like a terrible medieval Sephora.
It's like coming home.
Medieval Sephora. Medieval Sephora.
A series of a series of magically flickering, ever-burning candles adorn sconces along the walls. You can see there are glass cases set out in the center of the room. There is the long wooden bar in the far end, which has itself its own beaded curtain that is closed. And there are 3 employees of Gilmore's Glorious Goods in their ceremonial blue and purple robes that match the exterior, kind of just staring about, while there are a number of other possible customers that are kind of just looking about. There's numerous bookshelves along the walls. You can see there is, next to the stairway on the far left side of this floor, there is an herbalist who specializes in dried herbs and sales in that regard. You haven't been to the upstairs yet in this complex, but you now are standing back in the comfortable, although slightly offensive to your senses, interior of Gilmore's Glorious Goods.
I'm scanning the entire store for him. I want to find him.
Oh, he's not currently visible.
Oh! He's not here.
He's not visible. He's not in the main room. No.
Visible.
Alright.
He has his private
Brother.
office.
Yes.
Yes.
You should get that that evil Clarota helmet checked out and see what all good it does us.
Got this one. Ding, ding, ding.
Yep, that one.
Yes. Not on
Vax.
my head. Yes.
I say you be the point man here.
I think so.
I would agree.
Really good.
I second that notion.
Yes.
Yes.
Quintuplet.
And yeah, the twinsies. Twinsies.
Start looking around, start shopping. Don't pay for anything yet because I have an arrangement.
You can get a little discount.
I
can get a little
I go up to
discount.
I go up to Vax and I just put my hands on his shoulders and I say, "You got this." And I cast enhance ability on him
Yeah.
for charisma, I guess. I'm
Just
assuming.
make my hair even glossier than it is.
Yeah, and I give him a little bit of the dad thumb.
I know that though.
Yeah.
Dad thumb.
Wipe the morning breakfast off of him before I send him on to school. And I give him a little love tap on his behind and send him on his way.
Shoulder massage.
Alrighty. So,
So you have advantage rolls.
Is there
on
like
charisma
a
rolls.
front desk or sort of?
yeah, on the far back side, there is a very long, well-crafted kind of dark wood desk that is adorned with looks like small alchemical components, glass tubing, and A bit louder with those red vines.
Sorry.
I'm good, thank you. We're good. We're good. You can see that there are a number of glass containers and small corked vials.
I'm sorry, it's like, shh, he's looking for Gilmore. They're gonna flirt together.
It's watching a movie.
Sorry.
It's all right. There are some books stacked up, and there is a small embedded glass case that seems to have a couple of items that are under like a purplish maroon velvet piece of material that's currently covering them. And there is that kind of beaded curtain with strips of material that block the back room.
Okay, and there's a person manning the...
No, not currently. It is just an empty desk.
Is there a bell or anything?
There is a bell.
Yeah. Ding, ding, ding.
As you hit the bell, one of the employees, kind of who's helping somebody, looks around and goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." And what you see is looks to be the half-elven woman with thick spectacles, who is currently stepping over to try and stop you. However, the beaded curtain swishes open with a grandiose gesture of one slightly meaty hand, and stepping out in his fine gold-trimmed purple robes, his longish, thick, black coarse hair pulled into a nice ponytail, smoothly shaved face with a slight little hint of a braided goatee that dangles about 3 inches from his chin.
Well, you remind me, sorry, DM, because it's been a while. Gilmore's a good-looking man, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he's handsome.
Yeah.
Is the braid new? Is that a new addition?
So handsome,
Oh,
Max.
the braid's new. He decided to rock the braid.
He's
Go for it.
Gilmore's a very handsome gentleman.
See you guys now.
I would say he's not like fit and muscular.
Right,
He is
right.
he is a handsome, comfortably jovial gentleman.
I'm picturing Jeremy Irons in a Wizard's Robe.
Kind of. Imagine him with a little more punch.
Okay.
But very charismatic, and open chest to his vest with a number of gold chains and medallions that kind of dangle around.
I feel you.
It's almost like a wizard's tracksuit.
Ruined it for me, man. And it's dead.
No.
Please tell me it says like arcane on the butt.
No. No, he's very well dressed. But his presentation is definitely a presentation. As the hand swishes open, he goes, "I'm sorry, was I being summoned?"
Yes.
He immediately looks at
Yes.
Oh, you've returned.
Gilmore, you glorious bastard, how have you been?
He immediately rushes to the edge and kind of like leans over the counter to give you a grandiose hug and actually lifts you off your feet. Much stronger than you anticipated. He goes, "Oh, Vaxalia, it's been far too long." He sets you down next to him behind the counter and gives you a big hug. Strong wizard arms around you. A scent of it's almost like fine herbs with like a hint of patchouli coming into your nose.
You naughty man, you just called me by my sister's name. That is going to cost you.
He said, I said Vax! What do you mean? That's ridiculous, preposterous.
Vexalia, can we go to the videotape? Anyone?
Actually,
Instant replay.
actually, Vax, he was correct. He said your name correctly. I believe you owe him a little something.
I think
now.
it was
Don't
actually
you?
a little bit of combination, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I think he called you Vexalia
Water under the bridge.
or Vaxalia.
That's what he
I think
said.
is what he called
He's
you.
going to call you Vaxalia, which I
So
call
I
you in my
lean
sleep.
in. Shut up, you. I lean in.
He looks genuinely like perturbed and embarrassed by the whole circumstance. He's like,
I lean in, I pat him on the hand. Don't you worry. We have come from far and away. You would not believe the shit we have been through.
Really?
But I don't want to talk about me, I want to talk about you. What has been going on in this city since we've been gone?
Well, and he kind of looks about the rest of you and says, "Obviously you've brought the rest of your friends here. Come, sit, story time! Please sit around."
Fantastic. Fantastic.
We have been doing marvelously. Trade has opened up wide and long. We've had travelers from all over Tal'Dorei and beyond. It's incredible. I'm in the process of planning an expansion to the town. Perhaps even, get this, opening a second store in Westruun.
You're going to own a chain?
Congratulations! That is a big step for any businessman.
Spectacular, spectacular.
But yes, no, I have been able to take on 2 more Arcanists. We've been in the process of designing some more interesting, wondrous items. We have stocked many of our recent possible and available items. We are doing quite well for ourselves.
Are you looking for investors, Gilmore?
I mean, I technically am your investor in a way.
Oh.
It is.
True, we are sponsored by him.
But, I mean, if you have the money and wish to sponsor our business, that's a whole nother discussion.
I just wanted you to talk to me for a little bit. Back, take it away.
Dragon Ball. But yes, how about yourselves? You look like you've, he kind of gives you all look over and look like you've maybe not slept in a fortnight.
Well, we're lucky we're not dead. They came close a couple of times. We were off on official business for the Emperor. We've been underground for weeks and weeks. We've only seen the sun for a couple of days.
Oh, that kind of a weekend. I don't know how that goes.
Needless to say, our stores are terribly depleted. We are going to need to stock up a bit before we head out of town again. I don't want to rush things, though. I think my friends probably want to shop about. My sister can probably handle things for me. I would love to take a stroll with you around the city, get a bit of lunch to bite, and hear about what's been happening. Hear the rumors of town. We all know nobody matches your shrewdness in business. That's no surprise. But I'm wondering what you've heard. What's on the wind? Can you take the afternoon off?
He looks over at the same half-elven woman who was trying to stop her earlier, and she kind of gives a look of like, what's he gonna say? Like, no one's ever asked him this question. And he goes, for you? Of course.
Mandate, go for it.
Don't worry, Gilmore. We'll take wonderful care of your employees.
Oh, well, if you wish to do business, why not do that now?
We need to shop around first, of course.
Very well, very well.
I was so curious as any of these interesting and fascinating things that you've developed in the several weeks since it's been that we've been here. We'd love to see what you've been working on.
Very well. Sherry! And the same one goes, kind of her shoulders drop. Yes, Gilmore. You should be so kind as to see to whatever our friends need. These are Vox Machina, by the way. They are currently sponsored by Gilmore's Glorious Goods Incorporated, and I would very much like to make sure that they are taken care of. Yes, sir. I'll make sure that happens. And so, shall we?
I think this will take a while. Let's. And I
Have a wonderful time, brother.
I look to my sister as we go, and just get what I need, will you?
I'll leave the door. Of course.
Thank you. And stroll out the door with Gilmore. Have at it, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes!
All
We'll
right.
leave dinner on the stove for you.
Gilmore, who has kind of swept you out into the middle of Abadar's promenade, takes you by the arm and begins to lead you happily up towards the erudite quarter of Iman, which has a secondary wall around it as well. As he brings you along, he talks happily and loudly about how it's rather wonderful, the way that we were presented with this opportunity over in Western. It's magnificent, the team they've assembled to build this brand. I'm very excited at how they brought it to my attention. I've wanted to keep things very localized, of course, but it seems.
And you trust the folk in Amon to handle your business, or will you go between?
The folk in Western.
Yes.
Well, I have a couple of friends there that will oversee the process, but I will be very, very involved in keeping an eye, so I'm not too terribly worried. Besides, it's a much smaller business we're running then. It'll be fine. Look ahead, and as you guys step into the erudite quarter, he's now brought you into essentially what is an outdoor botanical garden that is just a very nice walk. Grass across the ground with fine, well-kept bushes. There's a canopy of beautiful trees that are kind of arcane, through arcane means, twisted and sculpted to form this kind of long tunnel. It's strangely romantic. As Gilmore begins to walk you down, there's like a fountain to the side, and he's, what about you? How's Vox Machina been? How have they been treating you? How are you, Bax?
Well, we're tired, to be be sure. I was not kidding before. We really are lucky to be alive. And that's thanks in large part to a lot of the gear you outfitted us with the last time.
Wondrous, wondrous. Well, I'm happy to help. And have you been keeping up your end of the bargain? Have you been singing the praises of Gilmore's glorious goods across Craghammer and beyond?
You were mentioned in Craghammer. I regret to inform you, though, that we were forced to travel underground rather quickly, and the Duragar and the other things that we ran into are not really customers we want to deal with. So, no, our lives were too much in harm's way. But now that we're above ground, I'm looking to pick up where I left off.
Very well.
Do your shop honor. Your contribution to what we've done, and I place my hand on his hand, was no small part in our survival. And I give it just a little squeeze. And I want to thank you. Sincerely. I don't know that I would be standing here without your help.
Did not fit Gilmore's glorious. He looks you deep in the eyes, kind of pats the top of your hand, and goes, that moment, that is why I do what I do.
You're a unique man, Gilmore. No question. Never met anyone quite like you.
Well, would you care to share a glass of wine with a man not quite like anyone else you've met?
Indeed. What do you recommend in the area?
Oh, please come. I hear there are casks that pour the finest of honeyed Singorin wine. I know perhaps you've not been home for quite some time.
That's a complicated thing for me. One that I'm not really quite ready to talk about yet.
Oh.
Maybe someday.
Maybe with enough wine.
So and so.
About an hour and a half time passes before eventually there is a loud clattering at the front of Gilmore's Glorious Goods, where a laughing Vax and Gilmore come stumbling in, flush of face, with emptied goblets, laughing to themselves. Is there anything specific before this moment that you wanted to get
I took the Duragar. I was holding her right over the cliff, and I just cut, and she fell. She fell. I didn't know what I was doing. I just did it.
You are ridiculous! Like, tickles me. Tickles me all over. Oh, good to see you, friends.
You've had fun.
Family. I've had a couple of drinks. I'm an adult. I can do that. What have you found? Have you guys been shopping?
Well, we have.
Yes.
We were hoping that you and Gilmore had a wonderful time, and that we just thought we'd wait for you. We didn't want to make any final decisions without one of our main party members.
It was delightful. It was delightful. You travel with the finest companion. We told stories. We cried. We laughed. It was a delight. I've had a few. And he kind of writes himself for a minute, and
I pat him on the back and do a little circle with my hand. Pat again.
Remember,
not as spry and youthful as I once was, unfortunately. But yes, business to attend. What do you need? What can we do? And at which point Shirley's, kind of swaying in the back, says, "So they've requested perhaps a few things in bulk. The current amount comes to roughly about 40,000 gold with your discount." 40,000 gold? Oh, well, certainly. What seems to be the problem?
Well, I don't know. We were actually just talking about maybe, since we're purchasing so many things, and since we've gained some popularity here in Iman, walking around, people are noticing us walking around. I shouldn't be the one talking right now, but maybe we could open up a line of credit.
I mean, obviously, we're only shopping with you, Gilmore, at this point.
He looks about the rest of the group and says, well, not everyone seems to be wearing the same patented Gilmore's glorious armor that was given not too long ago, so that's not true.
We did find some off of dead things.
Yes.
And those dead things are not under the umbrella of Gilmore's glorious expansion.
Oh.
But should we discuss this, where would this credit be placed against? What do you have?
Well,
That
I
you
don't
could
know. What have
anti-
you guys been talking about? We do have a big pile of dragon scale and some
We do,
gems
we do.
found.
We also owed money.
Okay.
And we are owed
One
money in
question
Craghammer.
that Grog just whispered to me.
Yes.
How much is a platinum worth?
How much is it? Platinum? Platinum is worth 10 gold pieces.
Where we at, girl?
We may have a lot more money than I thought we had because Grog's been hiding money in the bag of holding.
It's really shiny. I'm in trouble, Matt. I'm in trouble. She's really bad.
Wait, is this like when you slapped Trinket on the ass, Mad?
No, not close. Not even close. Not as much as Trinket.
This is finances. This sounds like a married couple.
So, how much platinum do we have hiding in the bag of holding?
I don't have the number in front of me, but it's at least 150.
Yeah.
Where did we procure that again, Grog? I'm sorry, I'm a little verschnickered at the
I don't
moment.
remember, but it's in the bag of holding.
I remember getting platinum.
I do remember getting platinum too.
But you don't have a number.
No, I know it's at least 100 though. At least 150. I think it's somewhere up north of 150. I just can't remember the number.
Did we get that from the dragon, or where did we get that?
There was a combination of the dragon the horde you rage looted.
Rage hoarding. Rage looting.
I'll never forget the rage hoarding.
It's my shiny though. I didn't want to give it a
my
go.
shiny.
She's evil. You see how she haggles.
It's true, she's my sister, I know, Grog, I know, but right now we need to put that aside and do what's best for the party.
We could buy a party with all that.
Not that kind of
Well, I
party,
think
Grog.
we have enough to buy everything if you guys want.
Grog, money is meant to be spent.
I'm going to drink.
That solves everything.
Scanlan goes, I agree. Drinks and whoring. And smacks Grog on the side.
We're going to drink.
The two of them leave off into the evening to go ahead and make use of their return to Iman
Vax
proper.
looks at Gilmore and just shakes his head.
Well, I mean, there is business to be had. Let us get business out of the way so we can get to pleasure.
Oh shit.
Cheers to that.
Cheers to that.
I have tinkering to do anyway.
So what did we agree the total for everything we wanted was?
It's roughly 39,500 gold pieces.
Ish posh.
Roughly, Gilmore.
That's with the discount. I already offered this to you, and you haven't even kept it.
Okay.
You're under the bargain by wearing my emblazoned symbol in my
Don't you want us
formalized
to
Gilmore's
advertise
glorious
on
armor.
Western for you?
Max,
All
give it
those
exchange.
new-
We would,
Give him
Gilmore,
an exchange.
we would be wearing that. Again, we nearly died. I mean, the armor that you gave me is gone, and I'm lucky to be alive today, and that armor helped me be where I am at the moment, but
How much credit do you wish to open?
50 gold.
1,000?
50 gold.
50,000?
50,000.
50 gold I can definitely do.
We've been out drinking for 2 hours,
This is
man.
true. This is true. I'm sorry. 50,000 gold. That's
$2.
that's a tough order.
We don't need that
you
much,
mentioned
though.
you had money waiting for you in Craghammer.
Yes.
Yes.
How much?
Yes, we do.
How much is waiting for you there?
25, was it?
It was 25,000.
How about we open a 25,000 gold piece line of credit here with Gilmore's glorious goods that you only need to pay back within the next month.
That's
In
fair.
Time to arrive. If it's not paid, you will be hunted. But I'm sure that won't be a worry, will it?
How far is Craghammer from here?
Not far.
It's a week's ride,
For you?
isn't it?
I can't teleport everywhere.
Gilmore, question. Maybe you should consider making like little pins that we could just wear on top of our armor? Because wearing your armor, we have our own clothes that we like. So maybe like a pen.
He steps forward and says, "Oh,
Or like a patch?
That's not even a worry." And he pulls out a small implement, this wand, and kind of flicks it over your shoulder, and all of a sudden an arcane swirl kind of around your armor with a big flash of sparks and glitter almost. Look down, and there is emblazoned upon your current armored form a symbol of Gilmore's glorious goods, now permanently emblazoned on your leather. Easy enough to fix?
Well, you know, I was gonna put on that leather. This was my mom gave this to me.
Well, your mother has not provided for you a means of keeping the deal we already made.
Can you take this off when we pay you back and put it on that one? Oh, come on. Hold it.
I think it will transfer when you change.
Will it transfer when I change armor?
I don't know.
We'll find out.
So, 25,000 gold line of credit within a month, or you'll be hunted.
Wait, do you really have a unicorn as part of your logo?
It's
What?
a creature of my creation. I designed it when I was a child.
It's a phallic thing.
So we open the 25,000 line of credit with you, and you give us all of the things we want?
If that is what you want.
Don't we have a lot of platinum? What are we dickering for prices with?
Yes. Why don't we just buy it now, and then we won't have a line of credit with you again?
Yes, we'll use some of the platinum. 1 platinum is equal to 10 gold. Sorry, Gilmore, sorry. Trying to dicker over rates.
No line of credit?
No line of credit. We'll pay
Let's
for it
just buy it
outright in cold, hard platinum.
Do it.
How much? You don't have the amount of platinum with you.
He said that we got it. Why Grog's got it?
Grog said, because he doesn't have it in front of him, he has around 150 platinum. That's
We can
roughly
pay it back,
1,500
it's
gold.
true.
But where is it?
It's in the bag of holding, but he doesn't have the bag of holding information in front of him.
Oh, he doesn't have the info. And
So
because
we
he
would
doesn't
have
have
to
the
get it
sheet,
next game.
and he can't read the exact amount.
Yep.
We have 100.
Because he said in memory it's 150 gold.
Yeah.
150 platinum. That's only.
I thought it was 100,000.
Oh no.
Oh, no, 150
No.
platinum.
Oh, 150.
100,000 to be the richest man in the fucking world.
Okay.
So 150 platinum.
What do you think, sis?
Basis memory is 11,500,
Vox
which is
Machina
a
treasure.
little helpful.
Right.
What do you think?
That would put us at about 30,000 that we have to spend left, which the signal cut out, so it doesn't matter.
No, we got
No,
you.
we can
No,
hear
we've
you.
got you.
Okay.
So the
Yeah,
total tab is what
1,600.
again, Gilmore?
The total
How
time-
much do we have? He does have a picture of it.
1,600.
We have 1,620 platinum.
Right.
Wow.
There you go.
Alright.
So that's like.
You've been hiding.
16,000 gold pieces.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, spend it. Spend it.
Alright.
Wait,
So, we don't need to open up a line of credit?
No.
That's not 16,000.
10 gold
Per platinum.
platinum.
And we have
And he has
1,000.
1,000.
Platinum. 1,600 platinum. With the decimal.
Math!
That brings it to 16,000 gold pieces.
You moved a 2 on that one. 'cause
No, it's not 100 gold per platinum. 10 gold per platinum. I'm saying 10 gold per platinum this whole time, guys.
No,
It's all good.
Again.
We're losing our audience.
It's just,
Ring it
yeah,
up.
we're getting to math in
Once
this.
again.
Ring it up.
Our charity,
All right.
826LA, after school tutoring.
We should have
could have
used
made
it.
this all
Really good
go so much
how-
better
Good. Good.
Learning your reading and your writing and your arithmetic.
Yeah.
for players
So-
who can read good.
For players who can read good.
Ring it up. We'll take it. We'll take it.
We'll take it all, yeah.
Yes.
The whole lot.
And then, could I commission you, by the way, to maybe make some armor that's really heavy armor, but very quiet?
How heavy?
How heavy can you make it?
I mean, I could work on plate armor if you like, but an enchantment of that magnitude would be the only enchantment we would have. So it would be the equivalent of full plate armor, and the entire enchantment would enable you to move a little more easily inside it, and that would cost... It would take about I'd say about a month to enchant on my end, and it would cost about, not including the cost of the actual armor, materials and time required, I'd put it at about 8,000 gold pieces.
Worth it. We'll find the money.
And that'll just be really quiet.
It will enable you to move freer within the arm.
Quieter. Is 8,000 Vox Machina's rate or the general rate?
That is through our friendship and our current arrangement.
Thank you. It's appreciated.
Well,
Business is business. Please don't take this
course.
solemn, intense face to be anything other but friendship. This is just business, and I run a business.
Understood.
Good.
I'm not taking advantage.
All right. So, to take all of these items, with the dragon scales included, bringing it down to 39,000 gold. We'll call it even, 39,000 gold.
Fair.
That wasn't much of a discount, Gilmore.
Oh, hush up.
This is done.
Done. So,
Done.
thank you.
Good.
So,
With our thanks.
so minus the 16. So, minus the platinum, that's 22,000 gold pieces after the platinum and dragon scales.
And we have that, right?
And you have 25,000 gold of credit, if you'd like.
We have, hold on.
we
I've
might
got
not
to
do
go
the
away
credit.
for a minute.
We might not need to do the
Yeah,
credit.
we're passing on the credit.
We have plenty left.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
You guys are a black screen. What happened?
Stay positive.
I was looking at my calculator.
All right. Well, we hear you. There you are.
Abacus.
So dark sometimes, Vexalia. I swear.
So
hard to
it's
read
20,000 minus the platinum and the dragon scales.
22,000.
Oh, yes, we still have enough, so,
All right. So a deal.
Deal.
My God, all of our money's gone.
Snaps his fingers. Shirley comes and presents all the items that she had currently in the little stowaway bin off to the side of the desk. Brings them out to the rest of you, places it on the counter. Gilmore immediately snaps his fingers and a contract shows up. He writes up the numbers of exchanged, making note of his business, passes it out. Please sign here. Anyone who represents you in your fine Vox Machina, sign here and present the money.
I guess I'll do that.
You can do that.
Vexalia, he hands you a quill. Takes your coin, slides you, and you now have this entire batch of magical items
It's pretty
for you
cool.
guys to distribute as you see fit.
Yes.
And
New armor.
from that point,
Make sure we get some of those things.
an absolute pleasure doing business with all of you. Absolutely.
Thank you, Gilmore. So, really though, will this transfer to that?
I have no idea.
Oh, I was wanting to ask you, Gilmore. Have you considered maybe doing like potion making workshops?
I'll put some thought to that.
Okay, let me know.
All right.
I feel
Nevertheless-
very uncomfortable and I leave. I go outside to hang out with Trinket.
Okay. As Gilmore takes the change behind the counter, as well, I've got a bit more business to do here. Vax, I greatly appreciate spending the afternoon with you. Where are you staying?
I take him by the hand, do one of these clasps, and say, well, we live here now. We're residents. I haven't had time to tell you. We have a keep, our own keep. You should come visit. It's on the outskirts of town. It's called Grey Skull Keep, and you're welcome anytime. Day or night.
Good to know. Good to know. All right. To business I go. I bid you all a fine farewell.
I do.
Bye, Gilmore.
He goes back for his his beaded exit to the back room and leave you to the rest of you. At which point Shirley kind of goes, I'll get back to work. And then she goes back up, kind of leaving you guys alone in the main chamber as a couple other customers come in and start.
Arrows then. That's
Okay,
what I like.
air survival.
Okay.
I go back into Gilmore's and I ask if either they or someone else that they know can make a specific kind of potion.
Oh, I actually join him.
All right, so the two of you walk back in as they're discussing this. Gilmore is still at his desk.
I'm behind him too.
All right. I'm sorry, was there something else you required?
I forgot to ask. Hello, Gilmore.
Hello.
You look particularly perky today.
Well, I've had a rather good day, could say.
I was wondering if I could inquire about a specific kind of scrying potion that I would like made for me. It's a specialty item. I don't know if any exist.
Well, please do step into my office. And he leads you into the back room beyond the beaded curtain.
What is that? Patchouli I smell?
Quite an astute nose you have. I'll be right in. If you don't mind just hanging tight for just a moment. Thank you. He steps off in the back room and takes about 5 minutes.
While he looks around, or while he's gone, can I look around and see if he has any books on how to start, like, a potion making for dummies book?
Okay. So?
Gilmore, when we get excited, well, never mind that. Anyway, I'm looking for a way, a potion that I can maybe drink or use to help me sort of look in on a place that we've been to recently. I could maybe leave a mark of some sort, and then and then use that mark to magically scry into that place.
He gives you a long, hard look, contemplating the conversation, and then you see like a light bulb go off in his eyes. He goes, Curious. You're into some things.
Have a dark side.
Indeed. I could probably acquiesce to this. Give me a day. I should be able to produce such an item, although this is, I will say, having not been attempted, there comes a warning of possible side effects.
So I would be drinking this potion, and it could affect me in other ways.
Perhaps. The funny thing about unproven magic is, well, it's unproven. But I can give you at least a 90 to 95% guarantee.
All right.
It's like the
And
same
how
rate as
much
a
would
condom.
such a potion cost me?
I would say for the research, the materials, and seeing as how you are indeed sponsored by Gilmore's Glorious Goods, at discounts, 300 gold.
Did I give away my ruby last time?
No, you still have it.
You did not.
Have it.
How much would this get me?
Go ahead and roll persuasion.
Come on, buddy.
Oh, I don't have any dice.
There you go.
I almost gave away mine.
23.
That's all right. He goes,
That's a good one.
Oh, 21.
Oh.
right. Oh, no. As soon as you procure it, he kind of leans forward and snatches it gingerly from your fingers and looks it over in his eyes. Ooh, this is a fine piece.
Super flawless because you put it in the wheel.
For trade.
Well, if it's... Just tell me how much it's worth first.
This gem would probably run you anywhere from 200 to 300 gold.
Do I sense that he's lying at
Make an insight check.
Yeah, where'd it go? Thank you. Ooh, 11.
He seems honest. He seems like he's genuinely looking to make a deal.
Straight up.
What?
Just straight up.
Yeah, let's do it. I'll give you the ruby for the potion.
Very well.
But I would love a hefty amount of the potion, not a single use, multiple use.
Oh, I can provide for this fantastic specimen a 3-use potion. Is that within your
That would
realm
be,
of possibility?
that would be lovely. Thank you, Gilmore.
One day.
One wonderful day.
One day. And he
One
grabs-
glorious
He
day.
kind of rubs your shoulder for a second and leads you outside of the room.
Okay.
Oh, wait. I have a two-part question, Gilmore.
I didn't even think you were in there.
I am.
Oh.
As he storms through the beaded curtain, as he's exiting. I'm sorry, this room is private.
Oh, everything's private, I guess. I wanted to know, how much that ring of walking on water was, again, and B, if you knew of somewhere I could have an existing item enchanted just a little bit. Like, make it stronger than it currently is, but not change it. Right?
First off, the ring that we discussed as our original deal, the price would run you about $1,750. 1,750 gold pieces. Should you be interested still. As for enchantment is a largely permanent process. To enhance an existing enchantment is a dangerous task that has a very high probability of ruining the enchantment that currently exists.
Oh, that's good to know.
To increase it, such masters I hear exist in the world, but they are very, very dead, or very, very hidden.
Yes.
However, if you wish to upgrade, we are more than happy to oblige.
No, the ring of protection I have, but this is a one measure. I wanted it by another measure. I don't know how to phrase this in RP. So I wanted just to have it
more
protecting.
More bigger.
Right.
More, yes.
Well,
thicker.
Perhaps we could have one made for you. It would take a few weeks, but we could have one waiting.
Oh, very good. I would like to arrange that.
All right. Well, you have to pay, I'd say, half the price down front. How much is your ring of protection plus 2 currently labeled at?
6,500.
Man.
So 6,500 gold. That would put you at 3,250 down now. The other half when the enchantment is completed.
That is insane. We didn't buy it for that much, did we?
They haggled it down a little bit.
We threw it in, we tossed it in with the
Stuff's
deal.
expensive, man.
Stuff is expensive.
I'll chill for
These are made
now.
by legends.
Very well. Come back if you change your mind.
I will.
Wait. Did I find like a book? Did I find like a book and
Right. All right, we'll get to that now. Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
18.
All right. Asking around some of the employees and kind of keeping an eye out, there are a few books on herbalism, how to find and retain the potent elements of various material components found in nature. Also, there's some bits of information about how to extract materials from natural creatures, meaning monsters, beasts, both natural and magical. How to remove and preserve safely elements of their organs and things that can be used in various alchemical compounds and/or potion brewing. There are no books specifically in the process of brewing, but that is one of the key components to it, is being able to acquire those elements.
So I take those books.
Mm-hmm.
How much are those books?
Well, it's a single book that contains everything about the herbalism and a book about the extraction of creature components.
So I take that book. How much is that book?
So 2 books.
How much are these books?
You inquire with the employees.
These books are marked currently at 25 gold apiece. They are second printing, but hard to find. Do you wish to purchase?
Yes, I'll take both of them. Great. 50 gold.
Mark off 50 gold. Hands the tomes back to you.
Also, did I talk to Gilmore about potion classes?
You did, and he went.
Right.
He said he'll take it under consideration.
I'll take it into consideration.
And he gave you a look of like,
Maybe. Okay.
We need time.
You're eating, you're crafting. Are you going with the rest of them to Gilmore?
Scanlan and
Yeah, we went to Gilmore.
going to see Gilmore.
All right, you guys make your way to the outside of Gilmore's Glorious Goods.
As we walk, do we see Tiberius sort of fly over our heads?
Yes.
Actually, I'm
pass him on the
staying
way
at
out?
the keep. I'm
See the
staying at the
Tiberius keep?
Kind of
Okay.
start.
Not yet.
Well, Travis is my target, right? Are you still at the keep?
He's at the keep.
Yeah, I'll meet.
Yeah. So that's where.
Well, as far as time goes, you haven't quite gotten to that point yet for these guys. So you get to Gilmore's.
No, I'm there.
You enter the interior. You can see that for the most part there aren't a lot of people in here. It's getting later in the day, and a lot of the customer business seems to be happening almost earlier, like either pre-noon or around noon. There's no current sign of Gilmore. You do see across the way. What's her name again? Is it
Sherry.
Sherry, thank you. Sherry, the mousy helper who runs the shop in Gilmore's absence, or at least runs the first portion of it, with her thick glasses kind of up on her nose, and she's sitting there with her elbows over the top of the main desk. It's been a day. She looks up as you enter and kind of takes your glasses and pokes them for a second.
Hello again.
Hi.
Hi.
Do you remember us?
Right, I do. We've worked.
Vox Machina? We're sponsored by
Yes,
Gilmore.
I recall.
He put the brand on my armor that my mother gave me.
And you should be wearing it proudly, yes. Now, what can I help you with?
Well, is Gilmore around?
Yes, I was hoping to catch up with him. We've been gone a while, and I was hoping to trade news with Glorious Gilmore. Is he not in at the moment?
Gilmore's in Western, currently setting up the expansion of the Gilmore's Glorious Goods business. If this is important, I can certainly summon him here.
Well,
I hate to pull him away from business. I don't want to get in the way of his business. I mean, I am rather sad not to see him, but... no, I don't think that would be the course of action we'd want to take. Let him continue to set up.
Right, I suppose.
Can you get a message to him, though?
Yes, I can, actually.
Well, tell him Vaxeldan and friends visited. We're in the city for a week.
She pulls out a small sheet of what looks like kind of a rough around the edges piece of parchment and starts inkwell scribbling down.
Vaxeldan. That's with an A, not an E.
Right.
We're here for a week. I don't know if he's going to be back from Western before then, but if he is, tell him to get word to me. I'm very interested in exchanging news for the past few weeks.
All right. Sirakora. It like flashes and disappears in front of her.
Well then, he'll be receiving the message right about now.
Oh, awesome.
We'll pass that on, and whenever he returns, I'm certain he will get back to you and deal with whatever business is necessary.
Thank you. We're here late in the day. Are you still open for business?
We are open, yes.
I was just curious if you guys had a chance to think about the alchemy workshop that we talked about before, or if you were maybe had any alchemy books that came in that I was sort of requesting.
It's possible. We haven't completely restocked the shelves as of late. I know we had some new things come in. I can go check.
And as she turns, all of a sudden there's a large, vibrant, white flash of light and a sound from the back room. The beaded curtains kind of shift for a second. And you hear heavy footsteps. And pushing through the beaded curtain, you see before you, with a bead of sweat on his head, Gilmore. I'm so glad you came back.
Gilmore!
I'm sorry, I was out and about running some business.
You didn't
ways
have
away.
to go to all that trouble to come back here.
How could I? Missing my fight. There's not as many of you as usual.
No, we're seeing to different bits of business. I turn back to him, I walk forward with hands out. I walk up to him, take him by the head, give him a good European-style kiss, just about here, right there. Come back and say, there is so much to talk about.
Oh, yes, there
Where
is.
can we be alone?
Looks over at the rest of the group. Well, I mean. But of course.
See to whatever business.
We'll just peruse, yes.
Yes.
We'll window shop.
Yes.
I'm going to sketch this.
He walks back through the beaded curtain, kind of giving this look over his shoulder. As he does, as the curtain kind of falls behind him.
Those beads.
Oh, jeez.
I just walk right in and follow him in.
All right.
Have a smell.
As you go in there, you can see there is, and you can see now as the glow gently fades. There is a rug that's kind of pushed to the side, and on the floor of his room there is a familiar sigil, kind of similar to the one that you've seen Tiberius scrawl before in some of his spells. That's apparently how he got here so quickly. But he walks in and he kind of kicks the rug back over it, sits down on the edge of his bed, puts his hands kind of on it, up and flashes his chin on his face, goes, "So what seems to be troubling you?"
So I walk over and I sit down opposite him and say, before we talk about anything, I feel like I should apologize. Because although we didn't have any sort of written agreement, you and I are friends, aren't we?
Yeah.
And I was supposed to help bring your brand wherever we went. And I thought that would be possible. I've basically come back. We came back from the Underdark. We had a very hard time. Some of the hardest weeks of my life. So I haven't delivered on my promise. And I mean to, but I haven't yet. So I apologize wholeheartedly. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I understand. People grow busy. There are things you must tend to. That's all right. And I appreciate you being so honest. I really do.
In addition to that, I am changed, and promises mean more to me, even more than they did before, and I promise to follow through. In the interest of time for the game, DM, Vax tells the whole story of the Underdark, of the Horn, of how close it was.
What is taking him so long, Scanlan?
No. While that's happening, the rest of you are left there, kind of awkwardly staring. At a point in time, the beaded curtains open.
Oh.
Have you finished the conversation, or do you want to keep
No,
going?
no. After 10 minutes of finishing all that, of telling him every tiny detail, if you mind me backtracking, I briefly place my hand on top of his and say, it was terrible. I've never seen anything like it. Now we're back. And we're in our home, and I'm hoping to learn how Uriel is doing, how the city is faring. Is there any news? Things are ill in Craghammer. They still haven't seen the last of their troubles, but I'm also concerned for our new home here.
As far as I'm aware, the city's been doing rather well. I mean, since Winter's Crest, just this previous year, the trade has been booming. We're opening up pathways all across the continent. We've improved relations with many other distant kingdoms, and I'm opening a second shop. I mean, that's amazing.
And Western, how's it going?
Yeah, so far so good. We're going through the construction process, and I'm making sure that I have a rather supple income of artifacts and oddities that I have to sell at both locations. So I have to widen my input of various items. And,
You're a busy man.
yes.
Have you any time for leisure?
Eventually.
And then, like, you can see he's a little more worn than you've seen Gilmore before. He's still Gilmore and he's excited, but after the tale you told him, and you can see like the opening of the second shop has been a little rough on him, and his jovial self is a little more wearied. Though he still looks fabulous.
Right. You seem a tad weary. Is there anything I can do to help you?
Just praise the brand. Praise the brand, young Vax.
That will happen. I did not even mean to discuss this coming here, but I noticed coming in a sigil under your carpet. I had no intention of this, but we need to get back to Craghammer in a bit of a hurry, and I certainly have no abilities, but do you remember my friend Tiberius, the Dragonborn fellow?
Yes, I remember him.
He needs to run an errand back in Craghammer. Is there any way you could hook us up with a favor?
Oh, what kind of favor?
I just want to send the lizard to Dwarf Town. Do you think we can make that happen?
Send the lizard to Dwarf Town? How many more slurs can you have in one sentence?
My
fucking
sigil
lizard
here
to
is
be-
for my...
You're not here.
I don't care.
My sigil here
I
is for
don't care.
returning personal use.
Oh, all right.
Did you hear that? There was some strange noise in the sky.
I'm using my earring. I hear
This is for my return use. As far as an outgoing, most other sigils are, well, they're up here.
Understood.
Looking for that, you're going to have to go to the Lyceum, I'm afraid.
Understood. I don't want to push my luck.
However, if you're going to the Lyceum,
Yes.
I am owed a favor or two. Let me see what I can do here. And he goes and he pulls out another piece of similar paper, this scribe, and he writes a quick little note on the side and sets it up in the air, and it
vanishes.
So awesome.
He goes, I've just done you a favor. Keep that in mind. Your Lyceum, you should have access to one of these sigils. Make sure you choose properly. You only have one.
I'm pretty magic stupid.
Then don't be the one that does it. Talk to your friend.
Yes.
Tiberius, fella.
Tiberius.
He'll know what to do, I'm sure.
Correct. And then one last, it's smaller, it's boring, it's business. I need a dagger. I don't want one for free or anything. I want to purchase it. We're a little low on funds. The reason Tiberius needs to go to Craghammer is because we're owed a large sum of money. He'll be
Right,
back.
you mentioned this last time when you almost opened a line of Gilmore's glorious credit.
Mm-hmm. I'm not there.
What would the credit entail?
Previously, we discussed 25,000 gold pieces, the amount of which you were going to retrieve.
What I was going to, what was that?
Retrieve.
Retrieve? God, I've been in the Underdark so long. What was the deal?
The deal was, since you did not have funds,
Yes.
and you had to retrieve this money from this dwarf town, as you so graciously put it,
Oh, shit.
that you would borrow the money
We owe him
at the time and then pay me back within a month.
Paid for it. Not there.
Within a month.
Understood.
Wait.
Um,
Is Gilmore trying to say we owe him money?
no. We
Oh.
almost did that.
You're not there.
Correct, DM? That's what we almost did, but we didn't do it.
Correct.
He offered
You
it.
backed out last minute. When you realized there was apparently hidden platinum.
A shit ton of platinum.
I
in
would
my
be
clothing.
interested,
Bronze
Gilmore.
sack.
I really just need a quick favor, and I mean to pay back quickly. I was hoping I need a dagger for something. Not your best dagger, not your shittiest dagger either. I just need something nice. How much would a fine dagger cost? Something that would be good in a fight. And could I pay you back in a couple of days, once Tiberius returns from Craghammer?
If you want something functional, there are masterwork daggers out there. We do have base level enchantments that give you a fine, honed edge and a balance that cannot be beaten for its price range. For that, I can easily give you one of our baseline enchanted items for no more, friend discount included.
Yes.
400 gold pieces.
That's a pretty good deal.
That is a really good deal.
That sounds like a good
Can
deal.
I please purchase 3 of those?
You may.
Done.
All right, I'll give these right now. He stands up, and now there's some sort of business involved. He's completely renovated and recharged. He comes through the beaded curtain again. You guys see Gilmore burst out. It's like, ha, we're in business. And he goes into the next room and back up the stairs and takes a few moments and comes back down with an armful of these daggers and kind of like sets them down on the counter. 3 for you. That'll be 1,200 gold pieces, please.
I reach out and I give his cheek a little booby squeeze and then clap him on the cheek.
Cool.
And say, I'm good on my word. And you're a good friend. Thank you, Gilmore.
Least I could do. Pay me back. I'll find you.
I know you're good on your word.
Indeed.
Yes.
The expectation of what you're looking for. A familiar individual, a gentleman of purple gold-trimmed robes, a darkish complexion, a tied goatee, and a smile on his face. And it suddenly makes complete sense. This is the kind of place that Gilmore would go to drink. As he comes strolling in, he just kind of has a smile on his face. You can see a little bit of sweat on his brow. Like I said, kind of a long day. We're just kind of in a rush here. Looks over and immediately sees all of you there. Well, isn't this the luckiest day for me?
Gilmore! Look at this motherfucker right here!
Hey! Vaxel down. He runs up and grabs you.
Oh, I lift him. I lift him in the air and I twirl around and I plant him down on a bar stool and I give him a playful slap on the cheek. Not that hard, but like,
yeah.
How are you? It's so good to see you. God, you look good.
You as well, my friend. You as well.
Gilmore, what are you drinking? We're buying. What are you drinking?
Oh, obviously, whatever she's having.
Do you have any food? They don't have any.
They don't have any. Oh, they would not serve food here. No, it's a finer establishment.
Where can we go?
And he thinks for a second. He reaches back into his small satchel he has on his side, and he pulls out a little pouch. He opens the pouch, and he reaches out, and he pulls out what looks like a small wooden domino, like kind of a size.
Wouldn't mind clearing some of these tables for me?
Oh, sure,
You wouldn't mind helping me clear some of these tables for me?
Stand up, you lot!
Unnecessarily knocking over the drinks off the table of one of the nearby individuals at the event. But they don't argue with the Goliath.
It's clear.
Heads apart some room. He gives a nod over to the bartender, who you can see there's been a rapport here, so he's like, all right, I'll allow it. He tosses the wooden domino on the ground for a second, whispers something under his breath, does a hand gesture, and it suddenly extends into a wooden table, into a familiar sight. This is a hero's feast.
A hero's feast! Oh,
Gilmore! These things are not cheap.
You can see in his other hand he had pulled the gem-encrusted chalice from the middle of his pouch, and as it kind of dissipates in the arcane energy, he kind of says,
well, I figured it was a special occasion.
Wow. Gilmore, this is too much, really. This is amazing. You're such a kind, generous soul.
Oh, actually, I've gotten word that you've been spreading the wonders of my brand. Though
Everywhere we go.
that's not true. But you've been doing it a bit, which is more than I expected, to be honest. So I appreciate that. I really do.
Not only that, I don't know if word has reached you yet, but in Whitestone we're working towards establishing a Gilmore-themed library for the people with your name attached to it.
Well,
something respectable for a change.
Oh, I don't know about that. I've still got to finish building my shop in Westruun, but when that is done, I'll be more than happy to look into it.
Well, if you need any help, count on us.
Whitestone. That place has been kind of dour as of late.
I tell you that much.
It's a new
Really
market
turning
for you.
around.
New
Really
market.
turning around.
You can turn a coin and do right by the world. They are in need, and their place is going to explode. I'm telling you.
It's true.
Can I get another drink, please?
They're even then
I'll go
changing
get
the
one.
name. They're making it more hip. It's going to be called Wystow now. It's great. Just shortening it.
Another for her as well.
She's had one drink.
Putting in combos is great.
All day,
All
one
day.
drink.
When do we tell her
And it
that's
was
a Shirley
kombucha.
temple?
Look, it's been fermenting for a while.
So hammered off this cherry juice, you guys.
So, as the drinks continue to flow, you guys swap stories, you converse. The evening is drawing closer to like the 1:32 in the morning at this point. Most of the other patrons have filtered out of the bar. The Hero's Feast, after finishing being consumed itself, has reverted back down to the wooden domino, which is it's a different enchantment than what you're used to. You're more druidic, divine-based Hero's Feast that you summon out of the actual element. This is almost like an implement or a focus he uses for the spell each time. It's a different way of getting the same effect. Interesting to you, not being an arcane caster. But nevertheless, as it winds down a bit, you guys are all kind of finding yourselves settling in.
Can I sit down and talk to Gilmore for a moment?
Of course, of course.
And Keela gets up and moves and sits next to Vax.
Okay.
I go and challenge Grog to a dart game.
Nice.
Yes.
Gilmore.
Yes, my dear.
Ran into a really weird thing in Whitestone, and I bet you know some shit about it, because you know shit about everything.
Weird things in particular. Is that what you're insinuating?
Kind of, yeah.
All right, fair enough.
Vecna?
The moment you say that, you see his kind of jovial exterior kind of harden for a second, and his eyes close. And it's a strange name to bring up this late in the evening.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of almost died. Because of him, I guess.
Almost is better than actually, so congratulations.
Thank you. But yeah, there's a spinning ball of death, really, a little orb that kind of sucks things into it. It's black, it's under the ground. We don't know what to do with it, really, and I'm kind of worried, I guess, about it.
Spinning black ball of death.
They were trying to wake him up, but they said it was too early. They did it before Winter's Crest.
He thinks for a second. This is the only orb of spinning death I'm familiar with is a sphere of annihilation, but those are generally a bit larger than what you're describing to me at the very least.
Sphere of Annihilation. Well, I feel like maybe they wanted it to get bigger. I don't know. Oh, there was a hand and an eye, and
Those generally kind of follow around the phrase Vecna.
oh really?
I don't know too much other than just what I've been told historically and bits of information that I've picked up through the years. Vecna, and he kind of thinks for a second and he starts looking about at anyone else who's near the table. You guys are off or throwing darts.
I'm listening and
so,
like I don't know where you are, but I assume you're
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Okay, this is Vecna. He has many names historically. The Archlich, the Whispered One, the Dying King, the Lord of the Rotted Tower, the Undying King. Gods like titles, it seems. A bit arrogant, in my opinion. From what I heard, he, born immortal, used his capabilities to attempt to cheat death in every way possible. And then once that was acquired, naturally went on to the next great endeavor, becoming a god. He attempted to ascend 600 years ago. But in that time, his cult expanded across the rebuilding civilization. He nearly achieved it until it seemed that the remnants of good in society went and followed him to his place of worship and thwarted his ritual. He was slain. But as you've seen, when entities of such power get to a certain point, death is but a hurdle. When you have enough individuals that believe you are God, that willpower is strong enough to keep you enduring. So his influence exists, and has for many years. I don't know if he's a god per se. Not yet. But there are those that treat him as such. And that in itself is dangerous. Because that means he's probably still out there. And I'm pretty sure he's very interested in finishing what he couldn't before.
What was he? Just trying to be a god? That's it?
That's all I've heard. I'm not a scholar in the religious rites, and for the most part, a lot of his history has been, well, destroyed and kept secret. It's his bailiwick.
Wow.
But anyway, if you've indeed come across any of this foul business, I recommend you stay far away. Far away. Bad news.
Bad news.
Yes. Anyway, sorry, dour subject. I didn't mean to bring the mood down on that one.
Definitely helped us.
Well, it's been a fun night, guys, but I'm tired of letting Grog beat me in darts.
You really suck. I don't know if it's because you're so tiny.
They put the dartboard so high on the wall.
Yeah, but you put darts in like two people's arms. I mean, are you really that
One of
rough?
those people was giving us the stink eye.
That's true. He squealed out like a little girl there.
But we should go home. We should go home. We should go home.
No.
Keyleth, please, don't be this way. We'll go out again tomorrow. It'll be fine.
You say that now. And then tomorrow some crazy person will show up at our door and want us to do something crazy, and then we'll never have a free night.
I'm super old.
Yeah.
Let's go.
You know what's really cool to do at the end of the night, actually? What will make you be there for the sun coming up is if you do 4 shots of fire water in a row.
What?
Yeah, it's a thing. It like reinvigorates you, but you gotta do them like back to back to back to back.
I do hear that cures the hangover.
I was going to encourage. No, I'm going to encourage this now. I think this is a great idea.
Listen. Only because I'm identifying with your need for revelry. Why don't you and I go do 4 shots back to back to back to back?
Let's do it.
As you guys stand up and begin walking away, Gilmore looks to you and goes, I like it much better this way.
Gilmore, I love you too.
Actually, you stay here. I'll bring it to the table when I go to get the shots.
Okay.
All of your drinks for the evening are paid for. Gilmore takes care of the tab.
Oh my gosh,
Gilmore.
Come back with the shots.
But then wait, I want one then.
You want a shot, Pike?
All right, Pike gets a shot.
9 shots.
She says
10
2 shots. She says 2 shots.
2 shots?
She wants 2 shots. And so wait, me and you doing the
That's 10 shots.
Quadruple.
Yeah, quad.
The quad.
Yeah, doing the quad.
Two and a quad.
No, what? She wants to see the sunrise.
Let
She'll
it happen.
totally be up for it.
We're all going to learn a valuable lesson.
Yeah. It's amazing. I'll
Right.
come back with 10 shots.
All right, so who's drinking? One shot?
One shot.
4 shots.
And 2 for Pike, so
Pike.
11 shots.
All right, I need Constitution saving throws from all of 4.
Do we get a Constitution bonus from the heroes first?
Not a Constitution bonus.
I don't want it anyway.
Don't want it anyway. Oh God. Oh, that's not good.
Oh wow!
8 total.
Oh boy.
14.
I quickly back away from Keelan.
16.
Okay. As you all...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mike, what'd you get?
18.
18.
20. I'm so sorry. 20.
Okay. So, Percy, you take your shot, it burns down, you're fine. Pike, bam, bam, the little gnome takes it in her gut, grins, wipes the edge of her chin, and looks over to Grog with a bit of a challenge look on her face. Grog, you look over to Keyleth, and both of you guys start just slamming down the line. As you hit that 4th one, you can feel the burn on the inside. A little bit of that hero's feast begins to creep up, and you get that kind of acidic, have to kind of stop a little bit and take it back down, but you're good.
Little mild salsa.
But you're good. You kick it back. And
There you
as
go,
soon as
girl.
you open your eyes from the, you look over across the way, and all you see is Keyleth. Her expression go from a big smile to neutral to a worried frown and looking to the door.
She's gonna take hit points.
I can't go outside.
Oh.
I gotta go outside.
No, I got her. I got her.
You got her? You got her?
I gotta go. No,
she's gotta stay.
No,
She's gotta stay.
I will
Vex, Vex, hold her hair back. Hold her hair back.
We should pick her up and carry her around the bar.
Help her out.
I need to stay here.
Come on, Keelan!
I'll go help her out.
Well, we've got her. We've got her.
I'll,
All right, Radiant Pike.
wait, okay,
Spirit of
where?
restoration.
I want to help Keyleth, because she... Yeah, go ahead, hold on. Go ahead.
Okay, so as you guys
Pike,
all,
tell me a story.
as you guys drag Keyleth
story outside.
Scanlan, you're staying.
I'm not going near that shit.
All right. Max is staying, and Pike, you're staying.
Yeah.
All right. As this is happening, Gilmore kind of sits up and begins to finish off his drink. That's okay. It's good to see friends.
That's okay.
Indeed.
Gil.
Well,
Oh, just don't get your nose on me. Get it in the street.
it's getting very late, and I've only been back a few days, and I have a lot of business to tend to in the morning.
I'm sure you do. Could I borrow your ear for a few minutes?
Certainly. It would be my absolute pleasure.
You want some privacy?
In private.
Oh. Far be me to stand in the way of a private conversation. And he stands up for a second and kind of walks over to the far table in the corner, right by the stage where the harpist was playing, but is no longer on the stage. And he just kind of sits down, expectantly awaiting.
Can I watch this conversation from the doorway?
If you guys are, the doorway just leads into the textile portion. So if you guys aren't leaving the place entirely,
Oh, I figure I just
You can,
need
if you
I figure
hang
we're
by
just
the
outside
textile,
the door.
I've taken her all the way out.
I'm just
so.
gonna hang out and just kind of watching.
okay. Okay, let's make another Constitution saving throw.
This should be fun.
No, that one cursed
That
me
one-
before. That one was bad before. Let's do this one. Oh, that's better. That's better. 18.
Okay.
Ooh.
You do manage to make it all the way outside of the building before you
Grab
Druid
the hair.
craft
Oh,
all
God.
over.
All right.
Oh God.
All right. Go.
Oh God.
Oh, not on the jacket. Not on the jacket. Okay.
That looks wrong.
That looks really bad.
Gift for eternity.
Give it.
For eternity.
Give it.
It's the internet. You can't take it back. It's
It's there forever. All the Percy Lith shippers now are having a field day. All right, so.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
I know. You'll be even sorrier in the morning. It's all right.
Grog said to make me stay up.
It's okay. It's okay. I know.
As you sit down with Gilmore. Yes, Vaxilon, darling.
We have known each other a long time. Long
Yeah?
time, yeah? And, I have a lot of love for you. You are an amazing man.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with you there.
That is part of your charm. I don't even know what I'm saying to say. I just feel I need to be honest with you. There's no question you and I have danced around each other a bit for the past few years. And I have been curious.
Well, curiosity is the spark of arcane pursuits and knowledge. Among many other things.
I've come close many times to going further than I have. You were a charming man, Gilmore. But I respect you very much. And I need to tell you that I can't do the dance anymore. I am in love with someone I don't think loves me, but all the same, it wouldn't be fair to you to think that we might dally. And I don't want to be a liar, so I won't be.
Well, I certainly appreciate your honesty. And, well, I would be lying if I didn't say I was a little disappointed. But at the same time, the heart wants what the heart wants. And, well, I've enjoyed our flirtation. Perhaps our paths aren't meant to be quite so entwined. Such is the flow of fate, my friend. And he gives that little kind of sigh of digesting heartbreak a little bit. But, you know, there's like a nod to him of understanding and acceptance, and he kind of looks up to you again with that kind of whip crack of a Gilmore smile and says, I wish you luck. The path of a uncertain heart is never an easy one. And should you ever need an ear to bend or a shoulder to cry on, well, you know where I am. And if I'm not there, you know how to get a hold of me.
I'll reach out, hand behind his head, say, you are a beautiful arcane bastard. And I kiss him full on the lips.
Vac's getting all the kisses.
Pat him on the shoulder. Thank you.
Now you're just being a tease. He takes his cup, which is empty, and kind of like holds it up to the last drop, kind of puddles out. Good night to you, Vax.
Good night, Gil.
Walks out into the night. As Gilmore walks by you guys, he looks over at Keyleth and goes, "Get her some water."
Oh yes.
Why does my mouth keep producing saliva?
Yeah, I'll get her water. I'll get her a little jug of the fire water. It'll wash out the mouth.
All right.
Can I swing by Gilmore's and just see if he or Sherry works there?
Sherry works there.
Sherry works there, see if they're around.
Going to ask, Sherry kind of greets you as you enter. Goes, "Hello, Scanlon. Gilmore is back in Western.
Of course.
Weeks away from opening his new establishment, but can I help you?"
Two things. One, when he returns, he made me a potion a while back. I'm running a bit low. It was a scrying sort of thing. When he gets back, maybe he could whip me up another batch for next time I come pay a visit. But also, oh, yes?
She puts her hand for a second and walks off through the beaded curtains in the back. and comes back with Gilmore.
Oh!
Gilmore steps forth.
Terribly sorry, Scanlan. It's, trying to keep business right now, kind of on the DL. There's a special event tonight. And, you see, kind of dressed up he is. I imagine, being part of the council, you're probably invited too.
Yes, I was just going there now.
Oh, well, I'll accompany you.
All right, we'll save business for another day.
Well, what business did you have?
I just wondered, I may want to try to find someone at some point, and I don't know how.
Scrying. We've had this conversation before.
Yes, but a different sort, a less fecal sort.
Not going to lie, I'm very glad to hear that.
Fecal matters.
I don't know how to scry, I don't know how to find someone or what I need. I may have a hair strand or two, but I don't have much to go on.
That should be plenty. If I can't help you, I know a few that might be able to.
All right.
But nevertheless, and he kind of adjusts his collar. He's very, very well dressed, and he's like long, deep, kind of navy robes, kind of high collar that kind of hits at the side of his neck. Shall we?
Absolutely. You lead.
He leads you out towards the cloud top.
Could I have also gone to Gilmore's?
If you'd like to.
Oh, I'd like to.
Oh, go!
On the way out.
Jesus!
No, just do we go in together, and when he's talking to Gilmore, I find one of the lesser clerks. I was like, do you sell lockpicks here?
The other clerk, who's this kind of probably a new hire. You haven't seen him here before. Young, early 20s, very, very thin hair. It's kind of wafy. Kind of goes, lockpicks?
Yeah, you know, like I keep locking myself in this shit, and I'm getting really tired of asking people to come let me out. It's really.
I wish I could help. Those are outlawed. I'm sorry. That's not really.
Do you look? I've got these huge, clumsy fuck hands. Is there anything you could give me, maybe magical, that would just keep me from being embarrassed in front of my friends? I don't want them. It smells so bad, and then they all come, and the door opens, and it's just awful.
As you're getting closer and closer to him, this like looming Goliath who's feigning fear and worry in his face, the guy just kind of retracts. I'm sorry, I don't. We're closing shop.
No, you don't have like a wand or a potion or like
Night.
a thing.
It runs up the stairs to the second floor.
Shit.
The old.
Lovely goods you have here. I'll let myself out.
We'll come with you, don't worry.
He puts his other arm out.
All right.
The three of you arm in arm.
It's currently like this.
Yeah, he's lifted.
It's the Wizard of Oz.
You skip along. The rest of you make your way to the cloud top, and you make your way around the stage, and it's against the wall near one of the entrances to the cloud top, but on the interior. And you can see there is a rather large stage up against the wall. There is already a crowd gathered. You see merchants, highborn families, political guests, upper station military. A number of well-dressed representatives from all over Iman have gathered for this. You guys meet up with the rest of the group, and you kind of, gravitate. Gilmore gives everyone a quick wave and gives you a respectful nod. Oh, yes, and he wanders off and starts mingling with some of the other guests.
Fine, if not, I just thought I'd ask.
With the haste you could have gotten there, I'd say sure.
Okay.
So, we'll let you down. All right,
God, I wish
holding your
we
attack
had
for
a
what?
fancy feast
If
today.
it bears down on us.
Okay. Scanlan.
Me?
Yes.
I'm gonna.
What about Gilmore?
Where is he?
Where is he? He was
No,
right
where's
next
Gilmore?
to us.
I know.
Is Gilmore okay?
It's not about Gilmore right now. It's Scanlan's
Where
turn.
is he?
Make a perception check.
12.
Well, you don't see Gilmore anywhere. You look about the bodies. You know the color of his robe, but you don't see it anywhere on the ground. In the chaos, you really have no idea where he is.
We'll talk about it there.
I cast transport via plants on the fucking tree.
The tree opens up in a small kind of oval almond-shaped portal, and you can see it's kind of in the intensity. It's partially unstable, but it's keeping itself clean. You guys each dive in as the anti-life shell
I
vanishes.
shout Gilmore before I go through.
Okay, and you come leaping through the center of the tree as it closes behind you. And we're going to end tonight's session on that point.
Oh my god!
It continues to pour down from above the open, clouded sky of Amon. You reach down and pull open the false latch and top of this kind of open, hidden compartment beneath the remnants of Gilmore's room. You look down into a dark, low-lit interior, and what appears to be a figure who rushes up very, very quickly and stops. And you hear a voice from within the darkness, just out of view from your position, that says, "Whoever you are, leave. Run away, I swear I'll kill you."
Sherry. Sherry?
Sherry?
You look down and it doesn't appear to be Sherry. It's just a woman, frazzled hair. You can't make out the details of her expression, but she's just holding this blade in front.
Don't attack.
Sherry, it's us.
Did you work here? We're looking for Gilmore.
You pass her shoulder. "Sherry?" And you see Sherry now approaches, her hair frazzled. She looks like she's covered in soot, and actually has suffered some minor burns on part of her arm and side of her face a little bit. And she kind of steps into a little bit of light that's in the bottom of the shaft and looks up and goes, "Oh my God. Come in quick, please." And she ushers you down into this area.
I drop Minxie form.
Okay. As you guys all head down inside, this is a relatively small chamber, maybe 20 feet by 20 feet. There's a couple of small chairs, and there is a few metal rods that are bolted into the stonework leading down as a ladder that you can climb down. This is obviously a hidden compartment that Gilmore uses to go up and down. You get a better view now. It is Sherry there. Trinket, unfortunately, at this moment, cannot make his way down into this, so kind of looks at you, looks around.
Stay and guard the unconscious fucks.
And sets into a defensive position now, looking out at the rest.
If
And
they start to wake up, sit on them.
Or kill them.
Or kill them if necessary.
gives a nod and stands there in the pouring rain, just soaking through Trinket, the armor, taking off the armor, just staying there, keeping guard. As you all climb down, you notice Sherry, next to Sherry, you see a very frazzled and harrowed-looking, the woman who is holding the dagger in front. Her clothing is very, very nice, though currently torn and filthy. This is Empress Salda Taldore.
Oh shit! What?
Who? Who?
Empress Salda Taldore, the wife of Uriel.
The wife of Uriel?
Oh, formerly bad,
Empress,
now
is
good.
Uriel down here? Did you make it out?
She puts her blade
The
away.
children.
She looks over her shoulder. The children, and she kind of puts her hand to the side, and you can see in the back room, which now you can see there is a teleportation circle that is just slowly lit on the bottom of the floor within this room.
What was her first name again? Empress what?
Salda.
Salda with an E?
Salda.
Just Salda.
S-A-L-D-A.
Okay.
She mentioned that she looks over and you can see her three kids, Odessa, Ilya, and Gren, their two daughters and son, are all kind of sitting in the corner, kind of talking to each other. They look like how children deal in these type of situations. They're talking and playing games and trying to distract themselves, but as soon as you guys all walk in, they kind of look over quietly and just their faces brighten up at the arrival of somebody new, and they recognize you as you begin to step into the low light of the chamber. Salda then puts her hand down and says, "I don't believe my husband made it. But we're alive."
Did you see him fall?
No. And she kind of looks over into the far corner. You can see what looked like, amongst the pile of rags and stuff, there was one long pile of kind of dark crushed velvet blue in the corner with a small puddle of crimson under it. It says, he saved us. And glancing over in the corner, you can now see the shape of what looks to be Gilmore, slumped in the corner, arm draped over his midsection, head down to the side in the center of that pool.
I run right over. Is he awake? Is he alive? I've got my hand under his chin. Is he alive?
You reach over and touch Gilmore's face, and it is cold with sweat. And but it's feverish sweat. There is a
Pike!
very, very
Pike!
strong fever
Pike!
in his body, and there's just beads of sweat down the face. And as you look down, you can see where the arm is holding, there is just blood soaked into the robe. You can see parts of the robe right now are currently, elements of it are burned and charred. You can see what look parts scraped away, and Gilmore is looking pretty rough.
Pike, Keyleth, come over here.
Okay.
Pike, what are you doing?
Okay, I'm gonna cure wounds.
Is this going to be all right?
Yeah.
It's here. It's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. Gil, is there any
I
consciousness?
mean, I can try and assist you, Pike, with cure wounds. That's all I have
That's
right
all
now.
I can do too. I can help
Okay.
and assist, but
Is he conscious?
No, unconscious and...
He's unconscious?
Unconscious and looking...
Fading fast.
can you like greater I mean, what's like the
Pike.
best cure you can do, Pike?
Hurry, Pike.
Okay.
You guys can both make medicine checks to try and put him in a
Stabilize him?
Well,
Yeah.
to try and put him in a position where he would be more susceptible.
I can
22.
I can use the 6th level and just heal.
Just use the spell heal?
Yeah.
And I did a 16 on my medicine check to her 20 with her
Okay.
22.
22.
So-
22, yeah.
So you guys take a moment, you kind of go and you dress the wounds best you can, and put him in a position where Pike, as you bring forward, you grab your holy symbol, and clutching it between both your hands very tightly, you kneel down in front of the slowly fading body of Gilmore. You can see the shiver occasionally, instinctually in his unconsciousness, and you reach out and touch him, and as you do, the warm light of Sarenrae fills your torso, travels through your arms and into the body of Gilmore. His arms fall to his side limp as the warmth kind of swells up into the torso, and for the second, as the outside of the robe that you saw torn open opens up, you can see now the hideous gash that is currently torn through his abdomen. As the warmth kind of spreads through the body and the light visually shows the horrible, jagged nature of this wound, the wound stitches itself up, and you can see it close, leaving but the tiniest of scar across. The blood itself still, all still caked into the material, but the wound is now closed. As you pull your hands back, you can see Gilmore's body, which is from the sheer power of the heal spell, has kind of actually been elevated a few inches off the ground, and then clatters to the ground as the spell finishes. And you can see shivers for a second and kind of curls over.
I just pull him into my lap. No longer.
At this point, Sherry instinctively goes, "Is he all right? Is he all right?" She kind of pulls out her glasses, puts them on.
I think so.
Who's this one? What is he doing here?
He's with us.
He's fine.
He's a friend. He fought with us. He's not corrupted by the dragon's influence.
I'd like to know your name, Orchestra.
It's really cool.
I'm Garthok.
Yep.
I bow. I bow.
She kind of gives you a sideways glance and keep your distance. I don't trust you yet. She turns back around towards Gilmore as you're holding him there. The children, at this point, are very quiet and kind of sitting at his foot as you all gather around this corner. A minute passes in silence. Another minute passes.
Smoothing his hair out. Hey.
His body's, the stillness is maintained, but you can still feel the heartbeat, and you can feel the pulse of blood through the body just from holding the shoulders. And then from that silence here. And the mouth opens and the eyes begin to lull open, and the irises begin to try and find some point of focus, and Gilmore slowly lulls the head back up and looks into your face and smiles instinctually. A little bit of blood at the corner of his mouth, and just looks up at you.
It's always what I assumed I'd see in my last moments.
Bad day, huh?
Strangely enough, I'm pretty sure I've had worse.
No offense, darling, but you look like shit.
We can't have that, can we?
He lifts his hand and kind of begins to try and cast a spell. You can see a bit of arcane prestidigitation begin to try and muster, and he kind of
Gilmore.
coughs, and the magic sputters and fades.
Give it time.
You do rest.
So, either we're all dead or we're all alive. I'd like an answer.
Alive.
Good. I was hoping you'd say that.
Yeah.
Oh. I was so worried about you all. I went back for you.
What? We were so worried about you.
I'm glad you came here.
I'm sorry, when they attacked, my instinct was to grab the children. I got who I could, but... Uriel pushed me away. He was trying to get others out of the fray.
Did you see him fall?
I didn't see him fall, but I went back, and I found him fallen.
His body.
What was left of it? I brought back Salda and the children. I brought back Asum. And that, kind of abrasive dragon girl. I don't know where they are right now. And Salda chimes in and goes, They both, actually, they left. They went topsoil to try and find out the survivors. I told them not to. I told them to stay, but they're assumedly off in the city somewhere trying to make sense of all this.
Trying to collect people that I keep.
Kind of turned it into a safe haven.
Oh. That's kind of you. That's good of you. That's probably one of the only safe places in the city right now.
Yeah.
Have anything?
I mean, I can cast Cure Wounds on him to try to help out at all. Will it help? I mean, you know more than I will.
Whatever your fine angel of Sarenrae I think will hold me fine for now. And he smiles and gives a very, very half-hearted wink towards Pike. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you dearly.
You've certainly earned your name today.
I could have saved more. I couldn't find you. I looked.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, no,
You were hard to find.
I figured you would be taking care of yourself. I went to the dragon just in case you had decided to be your usual foolish selves and run into hell itself.
Perhaps send a spy and try to trick him. That would have been stupid, huh?
Yes. Very.
Gilmore, we called for you. I'm sorry we didn't wait.
No, I'm glad you didn't. You may not be here.
Did you see any others from the council? Anyone else?
Well, and he kind of leans forward and kind of sits up out of your lap for a second to look at the rest of you. And there were quite a few dead, unfortunately. Brom Goldhand didn't make it. Most of the guards are gone. Half, if not more, of the Cloudtop district. It's been killed by the poisonous fume that took the entire area so suddenly.
Poisonous fume?
From the initial dragon attack. We've been staying here for safety's sake. I don't know how long I've been out. Could we perhaps make our way towards your place as well?
Be smart.
Be wise.
Is there any point to searching for more council members or allies before we go?
No. Anyone that was alive that you saw?
I mean, there were many that were alive by the time I returned. They were all kneeling before the beast. It's very interesting that when given the face of death before you, how quickly folks are willing to stay alive at whatever cost of morality and sense of society. I don't blame them. I mean, what other alternative is there but to stay alive and hope that others come and save them from this burden.
Does
And he coughs up a little blood and kind of wipes it from his chin.
Does the Crimson King have the Cinder King? Does he have mind control abilities, or is he just super impressive?
I think it's more that he's very persuasive with his threat of how many did not fare this attack. I did get a good look at him before he... well...
He's ripped the heart out of this city. Let's go.
Everything's gone.
When you saw him, did you see anything important?
Did notice in his chest, where the scales of a dragon usually are uniform, there was an obfuscation source. There was something different about his armor. It was hard to make out the details and how fast we had a duel. I've never dueled a dragon before. I've dueled a dragon now.
And fared quite well.
No, I did not. I survived longer than I hoped and got out when I could.
Weak spot. Yeah, did it look like scarring from a previous fight?
I didn't get a very good look, but it looked like there was a different material, something smooth and jagged, something that pulsed with power.
Doesn't sound like a weak spot.
That doesn't sound super good.
I didn't get a terribly good look, nor do I understand the nature of whatever it was, but
It's the beginning of something. Something to start thinking about.
What do you mean?
Does anyone have any water? I'm a bit parched.
We got better than that. We got a potion. And honestly, if we're going to be moving about on the streets, I'd like you to not fall open like a can of baked beans, if you don't mind.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm quite touched by your concern, Grog. It's flattering. And he starts trying to stand up, and as he does, Sherry rushes forward and grabs him and goes,
I'm under too. I'm helping him up.
Pick him, get him up, and he's kind of propping himself up. What little strength he has, he's keeping himself up and keeping a smile through it all. Even in this weakened state, he's still trying to present the best of himself that he can.
All right.
Gilmore, before we go, one more crazy question. You're not a dragon, are you?
Oh, I wish I was. That would have made this whole endeavor a little easier on my part.
All right.
But if you find a way for me to become a dragon, that would be sexy.
Should we teleport, or is there tunnels, or how do we go?
Can I have like just a little bit of time before we?
Or with Garthok?
Well, I actually.
Or with Gilmore?
Oh, up top. You know, I'll like be right back.
You're gonna go up there?
Just for a second.
Well, by yourself?
I mean, if you guys want to join, if anybody wants to come with me, but
I
I'm gonna
would
stealth like a motherfucker.
I mean, it seemed like we were heading out. Are we heading out?
I propose a plan. Okay. Let's get them back to the secret passage. I think we should. One of the reasons why a government allows something like the Clasp to exist in a city like this is because it is a shadow infrastructure that will survive an attack like this. It is an infrastructure designed... Grog. It's a bunch of people who are really good at making money when everything's working. And when everything stops working, they get very angry and want to make everything work again.
Yeah, I understand that.
So, we have a group of people who are well organized with everything to gain by this dragon leaving. They're ready, they're prepared, they're probably more prepared than anybody else would be. And they might be willing to help us. They have tunnels, they have men, they have spies, they have everything we need. Please tell me if I'm wrong here.
You couldn't be more right.
They might be the friends that we need at this moment.
I take it you're one of these underlings.
I can't speak for the group, but I am a member, yes.
Would they listen to you?
I'm sure they would.
They don't like us very much.
A lot of us didn't like Mordeth either. So, more people like you than you may know.
Alright.
Where do you want to go?
I wanna go get that fucking well full of fucking loot.
That's
magical items, gold. Who knows what could be in there that could help us?
Wait. You want to go steal from Thordak?
No, it's not his, remember?
They never gave it to him. They gathered a bunch of shit and they hid it in a well.
Right, but I'm
because
assuming
he
under his
told them to.
instruction.
No, they were gonna get it all together and give it to him, but they never gave it to
They
him.
were keeping it in, they were
So-
storing it away in one place.
A small group goes and gets the gold, and the rest of us get Gilmore and the family to the secret passage.
Right here.
Wait.
The last time we took a dragon's gold, 5 of them showed
This
up.
is not
and
the
took it.
dragon's
doesn't
gold.
know about the
Yeah, he doesn't
gold.
know.
I thought
Don't
they
you
said
think the
people
dragon knows everything that's going on right now?
He's not like Magic Dragon.
I'm the spy here.
If you're scared, then go with Gilmore. I'm gonna go get the gold.
I would agree with getting the gold.
I'll go with the family.
Give me the bag of holding then. Where am I gonna put all the gold?
She's got a point.
Do you all remember the last time I told you something was a terrible idea?
I've got the bag of holding.
It was a few days ago.
It was every time.
Yeah, it's
Right.
all the time, really.
Right. This is probably another one of those times.
I think it's
Pass-
a bad
pass
idea.
without
I
a
don't
trace.
think it's a terrible
On myself and anybody else joining me?
I'm coming too.
Scanlan.
Facts.
I'll come. Wait, no, I should probably go.
I'll watch after.
I don't want to go, but I'm not leaving you. And I hoist Gilmore onto Keith.
We've got you.
Hello. Reach a certain point where, as you push down one of the alleys, a few individuals come out, kind of blades at the ready, and be just like, "Hey, drop your stuff. Give us what you've got." And then, at which point, Keyleth just socks one on the jaw, as Sherry pulls out a wand and blasts one of the nearby pieces of stone off the wall with a bolt of lightning. Gilmore, who steps onto his feet and carries his weight for a second, just raises his hands up, and as he does, you can see arcane bolts just whipping around him in this almost molecule-like electron pattern as he goes, "Do you gentlemen seriously wish to start this ruckus?"
Yeah.
They all go, "No," and they slowly back away and then dart around the corner as fast as they can. You hear their feet kind of spattering against the mud.
Keyleth goes, "Yeah, you better run!"
Way to tell him, Kiki.
Thank you.
Well done.
I'm
As
trying to get
Gilmore
better at
lowers
it.
his hands, he kind of begins to fall forward.
And we grab him.
You grab him and catch him, and he's like, "Oh."
That's where I'm going to put it.
That's a drop. Your
Kinda, yeah, actually. That's the last of me. That's all I've got. Take me home.
Yeah.
Please.
We're almost home. Almost home.
He kind of pinches your cheek, Grog.
Oh, shit.
I am trying to find Shaun Gilmore.
That's his first name?
Shaun Gilmore?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shaun.
Sean?
What?
How did you know that?
He told you
told
guys
us.
a long time ago.
I fucking know. I remember.
Tattooed at the small of his back.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he's got a
right.
tramp stamp.
Tramp stamp?
Can I accompany Vax on this trip?
Sure, come on.
I want to see Gilmore.
Yeah. Let's just start asking around town for him.
You're asking around. You come across a few folks you recognize. You find a few of the guards who had helped you in the initial reconstruction of the city and such. And asking around, one of the nearby guards kind of takes his helmet off and it's like, "First off, I'm so excited that you guys are back. Glad you're all safe. I heard that you were off to do some dangerous things."
You got right.
Well, great. I'm glad that you've survived. Looking for Mr. Gilmore. He's actually down with the Realm Seer. They're inspecting the ziggurat underneath the city,
Ah.
so you could head down there if you wanted to find him.
Well, I don't think we should. 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 I don't think we should Thank you. Yeah. I'm not terribly familiar with Whitestone. Can you point us in the right direction?
It's under the castle.
Under the castle. Yes. Oh, can't miss that.
Yeah, we've been there before. Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
Put his helmet back on. Thank you again for all that you do. Kind of like clicks his heels together and continues walking through the city.
All right. Yeah. I guess we'll head down to the ziggurat.
Mm-hmm. All right. Everyone else going with?
Fuck yeah, let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. Taking a trip?
Sure.
Oh, are we're all going down to the ziggurat?
Yep. Nothing else to do.
Sure.
All right. You make your way down to the basement area of Whitestone Castle, into the family catacombs, which have been cleaned up, and you can see that at least Cassandra's put a little bit of care into restoring it to what it was before. The tunnel that was carved in has been given a little more support, and as you're making your way down a familiar tunnel, the same tunnel where you had the showdown with Orthax, you hear a few voices from up ahead. Two familiar voices. You hear the echo of some older, gruff, elderly gentleman, and a little more rambunctious, familiar voice. As they turn the corner, you see them in deep in conversation as the Realm Seer himself, hunched forward with his white hair and balding top, turns around.
And it's a great mystery to me that they can be... Oh, look! They've returned, Vox Machina themselves.
Gilmore, at this point, opens his arms, standing and healthy.
Hey,
my God, I've been waiting for you to return. All of you look so graciously clean.
You look so healthy, Gilmore.
I have you to thank for that. Still a ways to go, but...
But in 2 or 3 weeks, it's not bad. You're looking well.
Oh, you can have Kima to thank for that. She's been quite attentive to my needs.
How is Whitestone finding you?
Curious place, this Whitestone. It's, the company's interesting.
Sure.
Realm Seer laughs. He's like,
so I've heard.
We've spent a little bit of time looking at this strange oddity beneath the city, and I'm not going to lie to you, it's really confusing. I have a few theories on it, as does the Arcanist, but we're still comparing notes, and we don't want to jump to any conclusions, as tests have been inconclusive and rather dangerous so far. However, before anything else goes underway, I believe there is a very important bit of business that we must attend to.
Business? What business, Gilmore?
And he walks straight up to Grog and just gives you a big hug.
Oh.
And pats you on the shoulder and is like, you big lug.
You, Gilmore.
Walks over to you, Puck, and kind of kneels down and kind of gives you a little pinch on the cheek and is like, looking as spry and smiley as ever, I see.
Hello, Shaun. I give him a kiss on the cheek.
Oh. Turns to you. Vexalia, look at you. I hear, if my words say correct, that you folks are a recent dragon-slaying bunch.
That we are.
Good to know. Skips over you.
That's for last.
Goes to Scanlan and goes to ruffle your hair. It's like, and you, my little bardish friend.
Little.
Oh, you're actually physically little.
Oh, I know.
You are a tinier person. Embrace it. What makes you different?
That's true. I suppose. Yes, that's absolutely. We've been spreading the good word about you and your works.
So I've heard from all sorts of interesting folk.
Yeah.
I only hope one day to wear clothes as fine as you.
Oh, that's a nice compliment.
Percival.
Patron?
Thank you for taking me into your home.
You do nothing but brighten these halls.
I'm happy to keep things lit. At which point he goes to look towards you, and the Realm Seer is sitting there kind of tapping his arm. He's like, all right, get on with it. We've got work to be done. And he's like, shh, you be quiet. These people have saved my life. Keyleth, sweet Ashari princess.
Hi, Gilmore.
You've grown. I can see it in your eyes. Gives you a big hug.
Give him a hug back.
Max. Axeldon. Light of my eye. Smiling boy. And he walks up and puts his hands across your shoulders and kind of cups your face. I've missed you most of all. And pulls you in for a big hug and lifts you up off the ground.
Oh, you're strong enough to be careful of your
As much as he sits you down, he's like, "Oh, I shouldn't have done that."
Pat him on
My
the ribs.
apologies.
That's
don't touch that. It's still very tender.
It's fantastic to see. You're a sight for sore eyes yourself. We're very happy to see you.
My sight is sore, so this works out well. But please, these tunnels are dank and not becoming of us. Dinner should be having soon, and you should join us now that you've returned, please.
Before dinner, I think we were all just curious on the state of the ziggurat, as we were calling it, or
little orb.
spinning
talk over
orb
dinner.
of death. Is what we
For
call it.
dinner.
All right.
Wait,
yeah,
but you
sure.
said you were doing tests on it, right? Did you throw things at it? Did it blow up?
That is part of the test. Nothing blew up. Things did go away.
They went away.
They get sucked in, Grog.
We'll talk over dinner. I hate to have this discussion without Allura here. I think this would be only behoove the conversation if we're all present.
We have some delicious and very expensive wine.
Oh, yes.
That we could bust
Ass
out.
wine.
Yeah.
Expensive ass wine we could bust out with dinner.
Got me intrigued.
Oh,
Well,
I haven't gotten to wink in a really long time, you guys. It felt so good.
it was a good wink.
to your old
Hard life. Good wink. Finest in the land. Well, come to the surface then. This place is dreary.
Yes.
You too, Eskil.
Aye. Too many smiles in this area. Like it. It's jovial. Don't see that around these places too often. It's good to see all of you. Come now, yes, let's move.
You all eventually make your way back to the surface, to Whitestone.
How did you lock him in the fireplane to begin with?
Well, we had, through clever subterfuge, managed to have a member of our team work as a follower of Thordak, work into his greater trust, and convince him that to perpetuate his wealth, his growth, his strength, that he needed to truly embrace the essence of fire. And there are crystals, there are remnants of the First War that exist in this world and others. The very core of the elemental chaos itself, the hearts of the Titans left behind. These heartstones are the very basis, or at least shadows of the basis of what made the elements when creation came to be. We had found one of these on the fire plane, but the nature of these is they cannot be removed. If they are brought beyond the plane themselves, they generally shatter. And the few that can be brought across temporarily, the magics that contain them do weaken, and those that attempted to harness their power leave it to ruin, destroying all around them before it whirls itself into a frenzy of uncontrollable arcane mass and then destroys everything nearby. These were many of the fools who ushered in the beginning of the Second War. So, essentially we convinced Thordak to find one of these in the plane and convinced him that he had the power to contain it. Once there, all of our forces gathered in. We attacked him, pressed him down, and the gem that we had convinced him, the heartstone that we had convinced him to take into himself, well, we found a way to seal it, to banish it permanently to that plane so he could not escape.
All right. So, that's all good. But he did escape.
Could he still potentially have it inside of him?
Exactly. That was my question.
Well, she asked it, so technically it's hers.
She turns in, and you can see Gilmore is now sitting at the table like this. I got a very good close at that dragon. A very good close look. To finish my sentence. I've been drinking plenty of wine tonight, don't judge me.
Expensive ass wine.
It's the best wine.
It is very, very expensive.
The
fine
ass
wine.
vineyard is the best.
Thank you, Grog. It's wonderful. But his mass, his
unforeseen size to a creature like that, I couldn't help but notice that within his torso there was a pulsing heart of red glass.
All right.
He looks
Look
over
how
to
clever
Allura.
food makes all of us.
Allura kind of nods. And if that is the case, then I think it's very much a chance that he did escape with the Heartstone intact. Or what sounds like a loud, heavy thud. Another one, it sounds like a crash of glass.
Take off, run. Oh, she's by herself.
Yeah, by herself.
Okay. I'm gonna cast polymorph on myself.
Okay.
And I'm going to go as a mouse.
Now, wild shape or polymorph?
Polymorph.
Okay. You turn into a tiny little mouse.
And I want to kind of crawl. I fit it through the door.
Yep, you skirt under the door. The first thing you notice now is there is a bookcase that is shattered, and there is a figure slumped in the corner where the table is broken. There's a little bit of light from a lantern that's been knocked over that's starting to catch fire on the curtains. And as the light from the flames begin to pick up, you can see the figure that was off to the side suddenly lifts up in the air. And you now see there, held aloft, what looks to be a humanoid wearing dark leathers, a cloak and a hood, being held about 4 feet in the air, tense up. Walking out of the next room, you see Gilmore in kind of disarray, a little bit of blood streaking down the forehead there, sweaty in the face with his arm out.
Ooh,
he just goes,
Yeah.
"What did you say?" "That's what I thought." And he closes his hand, and you watch the figure just flesh. And you can see as it slowly twists, it's like squeezing water out of a towel, just blood. And then he releases his fingers, and the figure falls limp on the ground like a crushed doll.
I drop polymorph.
Good!
It's okay. It's me, Keyleth. Sorry.
Not the night to be doing that.
I
to me.
know.
I need a drink.
Gilmore, Rakshasa, in the town, pretending to be you, trying to kill Vax.
Right now.
Yes! Also, a bunch of fucking assassins.
Grabs you by the arm.
Yeah.
And just there's a rush of air and a sparkle of purplish blue energy. As you guys are walking through the tunnel, all of a sudden, with a flash of light, you see standing before you in the tunnel Keyleth and a very harried Gilmore.
I found Gilmore. I found him. I pull out my weapons.
Are we killing this one?
No, it's real Gilmore. Real Gilmore.
Hi. I'm glad to see you're all right. Wasn't expecting it to be my birthday as well.
Oh, I'm still here. Oh, I'm still here.
Vax, quick! Hey, Vax, quick!
Let's look at the backside of the stand. This is a little awkward. Vax, ask him a question that only Gilmore would know the answer to.
Oh, shh. What did I tell you in that tavern the other night, a couple of months ago, I guess? What did I tell you?
Do you remember?
Yeah, I do.
And then you see now he's like breathing heavy. He's been a little winded. You can see, and his eyes are excited to see you for multiple reasons, but excited to see that you're alive. But as you ask him this question, you see his demeanor kind of darkens a little. And
Did you had interests elsewhere?
Yeah, that's Gilmore.
As he says this, I just do a little cantrip fog cloud around Vax's privies. Just a little floating fog.
A little floating cloud
right around your waistline.
A little tutu.
Little tutu. Little smoky tutu. A little sensor bar.
It's like a pig pen.
Yeah.
Anime bathhouse.
Let it go. I wanted to walk naked.
It's been a shit night. Who wants to get a drink?
Well, wait.
Everyone could really go for some
Gilmore.
heavy alcohol.
Where's Allura? Where's Allura?
I don't know.
Gilmore, if they were after us and they were after you, they were probably also after Allura. We need to make sure that everyone on the council is okay.
Zara. Kashaw.
All of them.
Let us go search, and then we shall drink. Nevertheless, and Gilmore kind of steps into the fog cloud. And just drapes his arms around your neck and pulls you in, like, deep into his shoulder, and as he holds you really close, just kind of whispers, "I'm glad you're all right." Don't say anything. Gonna let's go.
I pick the dialogue choice in a Telltale game where I say,
I don't say nothing.
He pulls back with a smile and kind of reads you.
Gilmore, remember that.
He kind of gives a nod of understanding and takes a step back. I'm sorry.
No.
Let's go make sure that everyone else is all right. Come, follow me. He turns around and goes into a jovial jog.
Walk over to Gilmore for a second. Shaun, you know... Sorry. Wait. Hey, hand that over, big guy.
But of course.
Yeah, thank you.
You've certainly earned it.
You know everything about everything.
I wouldn't say I know everything about everything.
It's close.
Between the two of us, and he kind of notions towards Allura, pretty sure we know everything, but she more than I.
I can agree with that. We found this in a tomb.
What are you pointing at?
It's Peck.
Your heart,
My
Doob?
fucking rock hard Peck. The armor. I tapped the armor, as you fucking very well knew, Laura Bailey. I kind of understand it. Can you tell anything about it?
Other than the fact that it smells really bad.
Shush, yeah, it does smell bad. Scanlan gave me some patchouli to rub on it, but it only does half the job. What can you tell me about it? It belonged to a god.
He takes a minute and kind of just walks around you, looking at the armor up and down, looking at you up and down a little bit, but mostly at the armor. His eyes flare a few times with arcane sparks. This is a powerful vestige, my friend. This has existed for quite some time, and there's certainly a bit of a dark divine energy around it. It looks like it has the capability to resist most elements when given the instruction, and it safeguards the life of the bearer, and looks like there's some sort of a... Tell you what, follow me.
Yeah.
And he stops and goes like, "It's really me this time. Follow me." All right. And he walks outside of the front of the castle to the walkway, kind of stepping over the crimson smear that once was the one assassin. And he walks up to the edge of the cliff, the sheer cliffs that are on each side of that walkway in the elevated, kind of cleaved mountain where the castle was built on. And he walks up to the very edge with you and goes, "Do you trust me?" As soon as you look down, you feel a thrust as he pushes you off the cliff. At that moment, you suddenly, instinctively, look up, and from outside the back of the armor,
What?
these giant black raven wings spill out
so you
from
could
the
have flown
sides.
when you came out of the dragon?
Only if I knew how to work it.
You get the sense that this feature to the armor was only recently...
Oh, shit!
Shit! Get it, Archangel.
Go from falling to swooping over the forest on the outside of
What
White
the
Stone.
fuck?
Hell.
He can fly!
After...
He can fucking fly!
After doing that, I double back and I fly up that same cliff and I lift Gilmore up to the sky. You fucking brilliant bastard! Thank you! Thank you! This is embarrassing. I float us back down.
You can see he looks a little nervous, but he's like smiling.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. No, it's all right. I would have been fine.
You are a dear, dear friend. You are a dear friend. And I give him a big diagonal hug. A long, strong hug.
He kind of freezes for a moment, kind of, still figuring out his boundaries with the dynamic being what it is, but eventually he gives in and you feel his arms take you in as well, and you guys have this long, honest, connecting hug. And as this happens, the wings also kind of wrap around and envelop the both of you.
So ridiculous. Good
moment. He's alive. Let it go.
And then time just seems to pass for a minute, and as you release him, the wings kind of scatter into black feathers in the wind and disappear. Steps away from you, and you can see there's just a little streak of damp inside of his face, and he kind of reaches up and kind of smacks you in the cheek a little bit. Glad you're all right.
I am a great ally to you. And if you need any favors, I am your friend.
That goes both ways. Don't forget that. The voice is echoing in the distance from the nearby, what was once the kind of the guest dining area of the castle has now been converted into a war room. And as you approach the outside of the doors, they're partially ajar. On the inside, you can see your sister Cassandra sitting at a table. Gilmore is kind of leaned back, arms crossed, kind of just tugging on the end of his chin goatee. And you see Sikara Sum currently facing towards Cassandra, and they're in mid-conversation right now. As soon as you enter the room, it is good to know that you all survive, as they've told me.
Same to you, assume.
As he turns and looks towards you, you can see the side of his face that is has all the heavy tattoos now bears what appear to be heavy acid scars that have kind of blended the tattoos into the scarring. And it's not a very pretty sight, but he seems to at least be in one piece right now. He still has this thick hooded cloak around his shoulders, and where normally he has a shaved head, some of the hair is growing in areas that can grow hair based on the damage to this side of his face.
Oh.
What happened to you?
What happened to me is I made out a lot better than many of the people there that day. I'll take this.
So
Come.
sorry.
It's fine. I've had worse. Trust me. Come, sit. And Cassandra sits up. My brother. And she comes up and gives you a big hug and holds you for a second.
Pardon our appearance.
Oh, it's all
That
right.
stench.
Yes.
We smell.
We're covered in that black nastiness, I assume.
I hadn't even noticed, actually.
And you do, and it is, it's, the scent has faded a bit, but you all still are not in the most presentable means. But however, the conversation's dire tone seems to be enough where no one pays much mind to it.
We were successful. I will let the others fill you in with some details, although I do, and I'm going to double check, and I'm going to find the brief letter explaining what I've set up with Dex, although it will not have any of the reason why, but it will have at least the nature of what's been done. And we have acquired, well, Vexalia, if you would.
Another vestige.
As you pull it out and kind of, they all kind of step back, and Gilmore leans forward. Very good.
I would love for you to take a look at it, Shaun.
I would love to have a look at it. He takes it. As you hand it to him, it actually kind of curls around the back of his hands and kind of whips back into a strong tensile stance, and he kind of... That's weird. He kind of takes it and starts looking over it as Cassandra looks back. I'm glad you're all safe and apparently named. Welcome to Whitestone, Lady Vexalia.
Thank you.
She takes it and folds it, and I'll have this put in the books immediately.
I appreciate your kind generosity.
I'll request more information soon.
We'll see, yes. That might be complicated, but yes.
Anyway.
What's up, Your Highness?
Anyway, have a seat. Assume, please inform them of what you've been telling us. As you all find a seat, he kind of sits there quietly, his eyes darting around in his head, just kind of ruminating over the thoughts and trying to formulate his presentation. He crosses his fingers in front of his face. Things are a bit of a mess within the city. None are allowed to leave. Living under the watch of the Wyvern Guard, hundreds of lizardmen worshippers of Tordak, ever watching the city from above.
Some have tried to flee beyond the walls, but ultimately end up being returned at the end of a set of talons and not seen again. Thordak calls a gathering every dusk of the surviving populace. Tens of thousands forced to come and gather at the center of the remnants of the Cloudtop district. He gloats, instills fear in all that be who is, and offers forgiveness to those who offer fealty to him. All are to cheer his name, applaud his statements, and thank him for his mercy. And those that fail to do so are pulled from the crowd by his lizard men and devoured by the beast himself. Lined up to the slaughter as a show. And there is laughter from the beast that pushed them into his maw. Most of the wealth of the city is now amassed in the ashes of the district, forming a massive wall of shiny junk and coin like a nest around the fucking beast. He's enslaved a number of the greatest sculptors of the city to begin making his likeness in the surrounding stone. They chisel away at the tall, proud walls of the interior, showing his terrible face where once it does not belong. The vain fucker. He's crazy, that one. And what's more dangerous than an intelligent dragon than one who's crazy? I've been keeping an eye as best as I can. Thordak gives direct orders to his wife and guard often. Some off to communicate, I presume, with the other members of the Conclave. I know not. I've been stuck within the city. Most survivors stay indoors. I've been working with the Clasp, believe it or not, to shepherd over 1,000 people below the city streets for protection. The lesser of two evils, to be sure, but at the very least, at the moment, they have nothing to gain by working against us at this juncture. Not but 6 hours ago, the Cinder King was roaring in anger. His cries echoing through the streets, the people fell to their knees, thinking this was the end. He stepped up from his volcanic throne and set the majority of his army eastward. I used this distraction to slip into the now unguarded Lyceum and found a port scroll and a sigil for Whitestone before they returned. Came here to see all of you alive, so that's the best news I've had in weeks. No. That's the best I have to bring you about the current state of the city.
That's our home.
It's our home.
What is eastward?
Well, Kymel, Western. Technically here.
Did you bring any other survivors with you?
I was the only one who could make it into Lyceum unseen. Tofor is still back there fighting the good fight. She's working with Shen. They're trying to get as many below ground as possible and out of harm's way.
Good. And Grey Skull Keep?
I haven't seen it. I've been within the city walls.
Did you say Thordak's wife? Did I mishear you?
Wyvern Guard.
Wyvern. I heard
wife and guards is what I heard, and I was
That's what I
so
heard as
fucking
well.
confused.
I thought the same.
Wyvern guards.
Sorry.
So wait, his Wyvern Guard is
Wife and
often?
guards.
Often? Often?
No, he sent a majority of his...
Often. That's still being manufacturing shit. Okay.
We don't know where they've been sent, and we don't know
Eastward.
why.
That's all I've seen.
We need to find out where they're going.
I had to use that time to get into the Lyceum. Usually it's too heavily guarded.
No, of course. I'm just making
You've
a
done
list.
so much.
I've done so little. There's more to be done. But the more time that passes, whatever it is they're planning, I'm sure is getting closer to fruition.
Do we have any known whereabouts on the white or the green dragon?
And he looks over and Gilmore sits forward. Kind of sets the bow down. He says, well, first and foremost, this is a glorious piece. I could only hope to eventually create something of its majesty. He hands it over. A bit creepy in ways, but I think you'll make good use of it. Once we completed the barrier and put quite a bit of concentration each day into maintaining it, which like has been of a great aid to me. Between the arcane and divine magics, I think we found a fine balance. Hopefully. But anyway, I've been putting the rest of my energies towards trying to procure this information. The green Raishan, as I believe you've told me, eludes my watch, my gaze. There is a lot of protection around that one. I get the sense that of those in the Conclave, she's probably the most trained in my arts.
She's the one that released Thordak, so that wouldn't surprise me.
She's on my shit list.
I think she's on a lot of people's shit lists. Mine as well. The white, however, I know not its name, but I was able to look towards it. I was able to find it sitting amongst a large pile of rock and rubble. It looks like a fallen city, crumbled and destroyed. From what I saw, there were smoldering ruins, toppled landscapes of buildings and temples. Arcane crystals crashed and cracked deep inside a ravine. There the white dragon perched, setting out this slow-rolling winter amongst what seemed to be a shivering horde of dragonborn.
Oh, shit.
What did you say? What?
Shivering, cold.
Of dragonborn.
Amongst a horde of dragonborn.
Draconia?
What remains of it?
Fuck.
That was days ago.
That's a card we no longer have.
I need to be careful when doing this.
The city was razed?
What I could see, yes.
Did you see any motion, any slaves, any...
Oh yes, there were many survivors, but they were not in the best of states.
This white dragon, does he bring weather or any sort of change? It's all ice and snow, yeah.
Very essence of each ancient worm, if you will, and carries with it its own element. It slowly transforms the landscape around where it takes up its new den. If it seems to sit atop the remains of the once proud Draconia, then it now falls under the icy grasp of the beast.
And the will of the people there.
Oh, I could not look that deep. My apologies.
Is this just with a simple scrying spell? Okay.
We must be careful. We cannot let Whitestone be discovered.
Yes, and as we've learned before, scrying can alert your position.
At this point in time, you guys hear heavy footsteps heading up from the lower floor of the castle, and you hear two voices shout out, "Lady Cassandra! Lady Cassandra!" And they enter the room real fast. See one man, probably in his mid-20s or so, sweat pouring down his face, his eyes wide. "My lady," and at that point you hear echoing outside of the castle this loud, piercing, shrieking roar.
Oh my god.
Shit balls, mother.
It's distant, but even at that distance, it is loud.
Gilmore, does the screen keep us hidden?
You look back, and even in his most damaged state, Gilmore had an essence of confidence in him. This is a moment where you've never really seen him.
You got toe up last time.
Yes. Well, we're about to find out, aren't we?
I'm going outside.
I've run outside too.
I walk up to Shaun and slap my hand down his forearm and say, "What about the bow? Is there anything you can tell us about the bow?"
In due time.
Oh, he's a big fanboy.
Gilmore stands up and, kind of catches the edge of Vax's shoulder.
Hey.
All right, so, what's your plan? What's the next order of business?
Get you a drink, I think.
A drink would be great.
I think we talk and drink.
Yes, we need to talk about barricading underground, making it more secure.
Come. I could definitely use that right now. You guys are led into the nearest kind of open, looks to be an unused tavern, but there are drinks, ale, things that are at the ready. There isn't much commerce currently happening in the city, since right now everything's in survival mode, so there's no exchange of money. It's just you guys are presented with drinks. The lanterns are lit on the inside from other villagers that are just happy to help.
and a central table is set where you all sit around and kind of quietly have a few sips.
While everyone's sitting, can I just pull them over to a corner for a second?
Yeah.
What are you doing personally?
Me?
Yeah.
Wondrous. I'm doing great. I'm exhausted.
Shaun,
I'll be
really?
fine.
You sure?
Yes, I'm fine.
Right.
It's been a long time since I put my energy and talents towards anything beyond making shiny things. Feels kind of nice to be helping others.
Well, I feel like we're seeing your true talents.
I'm at my wit's end with these. If you want to see true talents, you should ask Allure to show you what she's capable of when she gets back.
She is pretty nifty. Well, come have a drink.
And he kind of like leans on you a bit, and you both make it back to the table. The rest of you.
This booze is okay, but grog, I could really use the finest wine I've ever had.
Oh shit, hold on.
Oh, we've got some fancy
I reach into the bag of holding and I grab 5 expensive ass bottles of wine.
Holla!
Scanlan and I will share one.
Good idea.
Just one bottle between the two.
We don't weigh very much.
No.
I'm involved in this. This is exciting.
You guys scatter the wine amongst your glasses. Drinks are had as you begin to discuss the plans. So,
Pour one for the landlord as well. He's letting us
Yes.
drink our wine in his room.
Assume kind of leans in. All right. So, vestiges, defenses, allies. What's the next plan? What's the next
Well, I have a
point
question.
of order?
If I were to call somewhere a city of brass, where would you think that would be?
Assume goes. I mean, there are cities that use brass in parts of construction in Wildmount. That's as far. And Gilmore leans forward and goes, no, that's in the elemental plane of fire. That's a dangerous, terrible place that you should never go.
We
That's
were
where
only
we'll be.
there once, actually.
Terrible, dangerous places you should never go.
Yeah, we went in the elemental plane of fire. We were there with
We
old
saw
Kiki.
Thordak there, actually.
Oh, even more of a reason not to go.
Yeah.
Well, he's here now, so fire plane's probably safer.
She's got a very fair point.
Why do you ask, Grog?
Well, look, the
Where
plane
one
of
of
the
the
Dawn
vestiges.
Martyr is in a city of brass, but
Dawn
I
Martyr.
don't know what
That
that
would be a
is.
great. I bet that sounds something Pike would like.
For sure.
Draconia is in Wildmount?
Draconia is in Wildmount, yes.
Right, and so is the big white fuck, right?
Yes.
So why don't we
Any
go
of the
that way?
vestiges? Are any of the vestiges in Wildmount?
The city of brass
No.
is there.
So where else?
Other than the city of
Whereabouts are the
Of brass.
vestiges?
I don't know.
The vestiges,
One at
City
the
of
bottom of the
Brass.
sea.
One
The
is in
city of
Marquette.
brass
Where-
is in the plane of fire. We've covered that.
It's not in Draconia. It's in the plane of fire.
It is in the city is in the plane of fire.
Correct. Where's Ankarel?
Ankarel is on the continent of what's it called?
Gilmore kind of chuckles and stuff. On Corel. It's been a while.
I think.
And
What's the
kinda
name of
looks
the continent? I suddenly blanked on it. You just said it.
at Marquette.
Marquette. It's on the continent of Marquette.
Marquette is, or Ankarel is also where Jared is from, which is kind of where you first heard.
I think we should.
Gilmore kind of smiles.
Wait, hold on.
I think we should-
It's where I grew up, or nearabouts at least.
Where you grew up, Gilmore?
Well, not in the city, a little ways out of it.
You're a Marcation?
Originally, yes, but I've been
Marquetian?
living here most of my life. As soon as I had the opportunity to leave, there's a free plane here in Taldore, and all the shops like it must be. Until they all got destroyed.
Good times. Good times.
That's fine. I've made the bottom floors too small anyway. More space. Next time.
You ever want to revisit home?
Maybe. Nah. I need to stay here and maintain this.
Yes, you do.
Yes.
If you don't mind.
What about the endless maze of the abyss? That's
What is
another
that?
place that we're supposed
Also
to
another
go.
plane of existence.
I don't know much about the Abyss, but I know that it's probably the worst place ever.
Abyssal. That's where demons
than
come
the fire
from.
plane?
That's where demons come from.
That's correct.
That's the thing that killed Pike.
Wait, isn't that where the Rakshasa's gonna be?
That's in the Nine Hells.
In the Nine
He's
Hells.
a devil.
That's
Ironically,
different.
he's somewhere else entirely.
And I think we can table
for a bit.
Meow Mix for a little bit.
All right, you guys Make your way towards the building that has recently been essentially given to and is acting as the abode for Shaun Gilmore while he's here in Whitestone. As you come to the front door, the door is closed. Knock. No response.
Shaun? Shaun! It's us, are you home?
You hear a muffled voice in the distance within the building go, hold on!
Did it sound like anyone we knew?
It sounded like Gilmore.
Oh.
He's under some sort of duress.
Sounded like he was under duress.
Like slightly.
Is everything okay?
Yes, just hold on, please! And you watch as the barrier kind of flickers for a second and kind of restores itself, almost like a wave of energy brought what was kind of a slowly dwindling bit of the blue energy, now restored to its full strength. Another moment passes.
Use the privy at some point.
Yeah, he's probably squeezing one out. It's okay.
A moment passes before the door opens again, and you see Gilmore there, kind of beads of sweat down the front of his face. He's got his kind of fuzzy purple-blue robe kind of wrapped around him. My sincerest apologies. I had to take care of the now morning ritual.
How are
So-
you holding up, Gilmore?
I'm fine. This is child's play compared to what you're having to deal with on a day-to-day basis, I'm sure.
Can I do an insight check?
Go for it.
Oh. 15.
15.
Oh, you got a whisper on a 15.
With a 15.
Low hurdle.
You must be pretty
Boy, this is
transparent.
an
right
early
now.
whisper. This is like
Yeah.
a first
Ow, you
hour
shocked
whisper
me.
is rare.
It came at such a high speed.
Ow, you
I
shocked
wish it came
me.
so quickly.
I wish I just
Very
knew more
fast.
about... I wish I knew more about Loot Crate right now.
But Loot Crate,
like,
well,
Loot Crate
it's
is
not
also-
just Loot Crate, Liam. It's Loot Ware. Those come.
Alrighty.
Those come in a separate
That's
bag.
different than Loot Crate?
Yeah, it's different. You can find out all about it at lootcrate.com/critical role.
Actually, the shirt you're wearing, Sam, is from Loot Wear.
Wait, it is?
It is.
Oh my god, and I'm so handsome.
Back to the game.
Anyway, back to the game.
So, what can I do for you?
Well, we plan to go to Marquette.
Need to get to Marquette.
Things have
Right, yes.
progressed much quicker than we expected it to, and unfortunately, we are on a 2-week time crunch before all hell breaks loose.
Well, at the very least, that gives us a series of days to make the best of the time we have. So Marquette it is. All right, come in. And he kind of closes his robe a little bit and walks in, and you enter, and you can see there's like a half-drinking tea set, and he begins to walk past. He goes, tea, anyone? Tea? Anyone?
I'd like a loose leaf oolong.
I'll do what I can.
How many cups are secretly sitting with the teapot?
Currently there's one cup.
Just one cup. Just
but as he walks by, he kind of does this with his fingers, and you watch as multiple cups kind of drift off the shelf and find their way
One more,
on the
please.
table.
How does his house look? I mean, does it look like together like it would normally be, or does it look disheveled at all?
I mean, it looks a little disheveled, but also it hasn't been too long since the assassination attempt on him, and he threw his attacker into the far wall. But it looks like the furniture's been placed up. There are still some bits and pieces of broken things here and there, but for the most part, it doesn't look like he's had a lot of time to clean up other than just making it functional. But it seems livable. It's not too bad. He goes ahead and goes into the kitchen. He comes back out a moment later with a fresh pot of hot tea, sits down. All right, so so this isn't going to send you to where are you going to?
We literally know nothing about Marquette.
It's hot, it's dry. Bring some water if you can.
You're not able to leave, are you?
I should not.
Should not.
Gotta keep this going until Allura comes back.
I thought as much.
Is there,
sorry.
Is there anyone that we can say maybe vouches for us, or someone who we are against, so that we can win favor with the locals? Something like a no-tail, long-tail sort of a...
Yeah, we just sort of walked into a sort of political snafu because we didn't know the lay of the land. So is there anything we should know in advance?
Best I can tell you, because I haven't been there since I was very young. One, this is going to send you not to Ankarel,
itself is going to send you to Shaundal, which is a small oasis village a little ways south of Ankarel. It's where I grew up.
What was that name again?
Shaundal.
Shaundal.
I will say that it's been about 15 years, so I don't quite know what to expect there. I apologize in advance for any ensuing chaos, but it's a nice town. It's small, it's sleepy, it's not my speed, hence why I came here. However, in Marquette, it's mostly music, culture, fun people, good food. Don't break the laws. Don't drink the water freely from the various channels you may stumble across. Water there is a commodity. It is controlled and sold throughout the city. Those are the main things I can think of.
Where are we going?
I don't know what else you're really looking for there.
Well, we're looking for, I can tell you.
Ball's Ruin.
Thank you.
The Den of Druja. Druja.
Druja.
Jaja.
Thanks.
I don't know anything about that, unfortunately, but most folks that have information are eager to give what they know with a little coin to grease the palm.
Or a little water.
Depends on who you're talking to, but... Anything else?
Well... No, go ahead.
I wonder if...
He pours
We should,
tea
like-
for everyone else who asked for it.
Maybe we should
And
talk
for each
to
person that
Jared.
asks for a different
Yeah, that's
flavor
what I
of
was gonna
tea,
say. I wonder if
he begins
Jared
to
would
snap
know
his
anything
fingers and the
about-
tea color
Because
changes.
We are looking for a merchant
late.
warrior.
Yeah.
A merchant warrior.
Maybe.
I mean,
maybe
outside
Jared
of
could-
you, do you know of any very powerful merchants?
There are many.
One with a missing eye?
That would definitely probably narrow it down, but none that I can remember off the top of my head.
Why don't we bring Jarrett with us? Is that a thing?
We should talk to him.
Sure. Okay, and also, Shaun, you do so much for us. We do nothing for you. Is there anything we can bring back for you, or messages to give to someone there?
Is there anyone you haven't seen in all these years?
When you meet them, and you'll know who they are, just tell them I say hello. And actually, and he kind of thinks to himself for a second, rushes off, comes back with a small, looks like a small, like a backpack almost, made of leather and thick, light tan wool. He opens it up and reaches aside, pulls out a small silver locket, and just takes it and puts it in your hand, Vex. He goes, just give that to them.
To them.
He closes the bag and places it back in the other room.
Okay.
Shaun, are you doing okay? You look a little worn out.
We do what we must.
I could only imagine a barrier of this size of a construct can be quite taxing on one's physical energy.
Yes, I guess if I have one request of all of you, this goes universally. Can we end this dragon business soon? Please.
We'll certainly try.
Really just want to set up shop again.
We would like nothing more. I think we're on the same page.
Yes.
Great.
We're very interested to start paying you for your service again, Gilmore, and stop expecting it for free.
Good. So I've been keeping a tally. I don't know about you guys, but the tab is
Well,
running
believe
very,
me,
very deep.
I have as well.
Very nice.
You two
This
birds,
locket will take a nice little chunk off of that tally.
Fantastic. I
birds
love
of a
it.
feather, you two.
Well, should we go talk to Jared and then come back?
Let's go talk to
Is
Jared.
that a thing? Okay.
We'll have appropriate clothing set up.
Yes.
And prepare ourselves for the trip.
Robes and things?
I'll be here if you need me.
Thank you.
We'll be back in like an hour.
All right.
A little time to.
You don't want the rest of your tea?
Oh, I'll drink.
Do you have any to-go cups?
These didn't belong to me, so please take them. He transitions the tea over into a couple of cups and just hands them off to you guys who haven't finished. You head out. As you're leaving, actually, you see Sherry
coming up. Her hair's a bit tattered. You see, she's usually more put together when she runs the shop. Now she's just kind of in casual sharing mode. Her hair is kind of frazzled and pulled back. Her glasses are kind of pushing into her nose, and she's carrying what looks like a bundle of groceries, various bits of produce and such. And
Hello everyone. I'm just bringing Gilmore his breakfast.
Sherry, we asked him, but he's modest. How's he doing?
Not that he'd tell me anything, but he doesn't have a very lengthy period of keeping this up without him probably collapsing like he did back in the city. Just please try and do your best to get this over with. I'm worried. At the very least until Allura comes back, at least they can share the load.
All right. And she kind of knocks the door opposite.
Gilmore? Gilmore, breakfast?
Door closes behind her. They're sitting in the kind of foyer talking and discussing is Jarrett and Gilmore, who both look a little kind of nervous and kind of intense about apparently just recently hearing what happened. As soon as you enter, Gilmore turns.
Take that as a good sign. He's standing.
I am literally using my gun as a crutch.
Oh, come here, you white-haired fool! And then he runs forward and kind of lifts you up with a hug that hurts so much.
Really?
But he kind of holds you up for a second and sets you back down. I know that hurt. And what did we learn? Don't get killed again.
Third time's the charm, in theory. Should we show them what we've got?
What do we have?
Sure. You heal 48 hit points, by the way.
Thank you. I don't even know what hit point level I'm at.
You get 1.
I'm at 49. Is this one of my? Yay.
Just, yeah, whichever.
Oh, there.
What do we have to show them?
We have 2 vestiges to show them.
Oh, shit,
vestiges.
I haven't even looked at the cloak.
Or the
I just tucked it away.
whisper, right?
We have 2 vestiges.
I pull out the cloak.
Okay.
Get it identified.
Gilmore.
So you've also been prolific. Here, let me have a look.
He takes the cloak and he's kind of folding it over his hands. You can see the sparkle, the energy through the blue inside of it. He's like,
very interesting.
Race puts his hand over it and his eyes kind of flare with arcane energy.
This is indeed Cabal's ruin. Vestiges of divergence. Well, to be specific about this, once attuned to whoever's wearing it, you have advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. Which is pretty badass, if I do say so myself. Also, when you're hit by some sort of asshole spell out there, you can use your reaction to have the cloak swallow part of it. You have the damage you take from the spell, if there's any damage to be taken, and the cloak gains a number of charges equal to the spell level of the triggering spell.
This arcane terminology is fascinating.
The filter of game rules. You don't get a vestige now. You get Whisper Keyleth. So yeah, essentially what this does is you can use your reaction to swallow a spell if you're hurt by one. Even if you're not hurt by it, you can still swallow a spell. And you can only use it once per short rest. But it does half damage to you. And when it...
Excuse you.
And it gains a number of charges equal to the spell level that you absorb. Up to a maximum of 6 charges can be stored in the cloak.
That's a lot.
So 6 charges. If you have the cloak on and you hit with an attack, you can expend any number of charges from the cloak to deal an additional 1d6 lightning damage per charge.
Oh, shit. So you could do an additional
66
lightning damage?
Yeah, onto an attack that you deal with the cloak.
Wow.
So that's what Cabal's Ruin does.
Does it have to be a magic user to wear it?
No.
Nope.
In fact, it doesn't channel through spells. It channels through like
melee attacks.
Melee weapon attacks is how the enchantment works. So
Hey, a question: would that go through like
Groggy?
Percy? A grog in a cloak.
Yeah.
Percy, you look
You wanna go
pretty,
grab it?
Oh yeah, sorry. I was
pretty
just
sweaty,
imagining
man.
me lighting someone's bunghole up.
I would.
I mean, it
You
was
already
being.
have a vestige.
I do.
No, Groggy.
No, well,
This is
Grog's
gonna
passing
Percy?
it down. It's
Yeah,
going to me.
this is gonna David Bowie you up. You should wear that.
It was worn by the woman who tried to kill you. Succeeded.
That's pretty cool.
What about the other vestige?
Whisper.
Whisper.
Whisper. How are you doing, Shaun?
Shaun.
What do you mean? I'm doing fantastic.
How are you holding up?
It's a little rough, but it's okay. I'm doing my job just as you are. I mean, you all look tired, exhausted, and emotionally drained. So do I. So I think we're all doing our part.
Your parents
question.
are lovely, by the way.
Parents are
Ah, yes.
Thank you so much again.
We gave him a bunch of water.
And
we did.
Did he give us something to give to them? Did we do that?
We did.
Yeah,
Yes, we gave them what you told us to.
The locket.
I appreciate that. And
We told
they're
them
doing good.
they're doing great, and we told them that you were doing fantastic and wonderful and successful.
Well, thank you. And when all this is done, I should go visit. It's been a while.
They seem
It's
very,
been a long time.
very proud of you.
Taken a while.
They told us you weren't potty trained until you were 6. Is that true? Shut the bed
Give
off.
me your dagger. He takes it, kind of runs his fingers on the blade, the kind of slight curvature to it out there to the point. So he does his identify. Forged with a mercurial metal pulled from the far realm. Light dances and shifts across this curved blade. It has a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with the dagger. It also deals an additional 1d8 psychic damage on a hit.
Wow.
Whenever Whisper is thrown, you can choose to transform into shadow and merge with the blade, teleporting instantly to wherever the blade impacts. Which means you can teleport as far as you can throw the dagger, which is the max range of a dagger. But, yeah, so 60 feet, you just wherever it throws to. If the target is a creature, you emerge adjacent to the target in a space of your choice around the creature. Whenever you critically hit a creature with an attack with Whisper, the target has to make a wisdom saving throw against a DC 18 or become frightened of you for 1 minute.
Well, it's either Pike or me.
I think Keelan.
Keelan.
It's up to you guys.
Or me.
You're gonna fight with a little. You want it?
I've been practicing my juggling, to be fair. Could use it in my knife juggling.
Yeah?
Yeah. No, what am I gonna do with it?
I honestly would like to make a case for it.
Yeah, no.
Okay, make
You
a
would
case
like to
for
make
it,
a
Grog.
case?
Just consider one thing. I chase people around the battlefield.
He really
And
does.
I really have a hard time getting to them sometimes. It'd be really great to travel 50 feet and then throw another 60 and then be right on their fucking asses.
Do they happen in the same turn? They happen in the same turn, yeah?
Yeah, the minute you throw and hit something, it immediately teleports you. If you choose, it doesn't have to happen. You could just throw it, and then it hits the ground and you stay where you are if you want to. But if you choose, you can travel with the blade and essentially appear Nightcrawler style in shadow next to whatever you hit.
Max also.
This knife is so sexy, though, and you are so invulnerable to everything.
I'm just saying it just for consideration. Obviously, daggers are your
It also
your
means
bag,
you can
baby.
escape things very easily.
What if
you arm wrestle for it?
No.
I think you should.
What? Give him this? I'm considering giving you my cloak instead.
Which one?
Haste? No.
No.
Your armor?
No, my cloak.
Which one's that?
The like displacer one?
cloak.
What's that do?
Makes you very hard.
It's hard to see, and
Yeah, but Grog doesn't need that.
He doesn't need anything. He's got 1,000.
Would be attuned to this? To Whisper?
Yeah, all of these.
You have to be attuned to Whisper, yeah.
Somebody else can have it.
Anything else you need me to look at? I
Unfastening
still
my
have
cloak, but
a
I'm
full
keeping
score of
So you're not going to use
Simple.
the cloak anymore?
tricks.
I will again someday.
Simple tricks?
Anything else you want me to look at before I go to bed? Because it's late.
You've already looked
What
at
time
these,
is it?
but-
At this point now, the sun has gone down. It's like, say 9 in the evening.
9. Percival, you should go to bed. Does
What
anyone
about
else
this?
want
Wait,
to
I have
drink?
an old music box. Can you look at it and see if it's magical?
An old wooden music box.
Yeah.
When do we have to have a talk?
Box.
Serious talk.
Well, you need
Hold
to go
on,
to
hold
bed,
on, hold
Percy.
on.
I do. Yes.
Let's flare up.
I'm not quite ready to sleep yet, but yes.
No, it's an impressive music box.
It's just a music box.
Just a music box.
Lovely.
Hey, you read Marcation?
A place turned out.
What it? The language of
Marquesian, but yeah.
Marquesian. I got this book. Found this book in this shitty casino office. It's written in Marquesian.
Don't pronounce it, please. It's offensive. Huh. Ah. Kind of blushes a little and closes it. I think it found the right owner.
Oh, it's a porno.
It's an instructional guide. You might learn something.
It's an instructional guide?
Excellent.
I can't read it though. How will I learn?
Maybe you start taking classes in Marquesian.
Braille.
Are there any illustrations?
Yeah, pictures. You
Yeah.
like pictures, scan them.
Are there?
You scan through real fast, and yeah, like, you only got a little ways into the book when you first looked at it. In the center, there's probably a good 30 pages of, like, really beautiful, old... It's essentially the
Kama Sutra?
Kama Sutra.
I think that one folds out. That's quite nice.
Oh, it's a pop-up book. Hey, while they're talking about all this, can I stealth away?
Yes, you can. Make a stealth check.
I'll use luck. 28.
What's that?
28.
28, okay. Yeah, you vanish seemingly without anybody else noticing your disappearance.
I would like to go as quickly as I can towards Gilmore's house.
Okay.
He's cheating on you,
Right, so did we...
Look, it's 2016.
Did we decide what we do about
Seeker assumed.
Yeah.
We're going to talk, we're going to listen, and we're going to be prepared for anything.
Okay, so we're not...
Not just yet.
Talk, we're going to listen, we're going to be prepared for anything.
Was that last sound the sound of Seeker assumes bowels?
It's open to interpretation.
Okay. after he dies, just sort of letting
That's
it
what
all
I'd be
out.
fancy.
All right, great.
I'll lean that way, but, you know, I don't have to speak for other people.
The work speaks for itself, really.
Fair enough. Bax, as you rush down towards the homestead that Gilmore had made here in Whitestone. Doors closed. There's a large pile out front of what looks to be ruined furniture that's just been kind of jammed into this collection. Presumably from the last encounter they had when the incursion of assassins made their way in. But the door's closed and seemingly locked. A few moments pass, no response.
That's him, that's magic. One more
But
time.
you find a gold coin. Yeah. Eventually you hear a little bit of rustling and you hear a voice muffled from a upper floor say, "Confound it, I'll be right down."
I'm so scared of this with that hair on your head.
Yeah.
You hear some footsteps, and then eventually at the door, kind of, you hear the unlocking mechanism, and the door swings open a little bit, and you see morning robe, kind of, chest open, curly chest hair, kind of poking out, a very groggy kind of bedhead, Gilmore. Was the door? Yes, can I help? Oh, good morning.
I don't know what to do. Why did I do this tonight?
I don't know why.
Hey, this is not fair. Can I come in to talk? Quickly, I have to head back to the others.
Would you like some tea? It's,
No, I don't even have time. I just want to talk to you.
I'd like some tea. Come on in. Come
All
on in. Kind of ushers you to enter and gives you to one of the small chairs, and he kind of walks back into the kitchen while kind of shouting over his shoulder. So, Axeldon, please, tell me what's on your mind.
You know we're getting closer to the end game here.
I certainly hope so. It's taken a couple years off my lifespan.
We just killed another one of the dragons.
Really?
Yeah.
How many is that now for you? 3?
It is 3.
You're making a name for yourself. I'm proud of you. A few moments pass and silence, and Gilmore walks back out, clutching what looks to be a small tray with a few teacups, and as he's walking, he's kind of twirling his finger, and you can see a little spiral flame kind of encircling the tea kettle as it begins to heat up as he brings it over and sets it down on the table, kind of pulls his robe in and sits down across from you on this kind of low-slung tea table and takes a bit and sips it. Yes. So, what brings you here this early in the morning, friend?
think I might be dead in a couple of days. So I came here to apologize. If you think I have no feelings for you, you're kidding yourself. I care for you very deeply. I have for a long time. And I don't think I've treated you fairly. But I wasn't playing games. Shaun, it's been a little weird lately, and I understand why, but I want you to know that I love you as a dear, dear friend, and I really don't think I'm going to be here in a few days, and I would hate to think that I would be...
That's far too fatalistic from the facts of Dan that I know. Number one. Number two, you have nothing to apologize for. Look, everything's on fire around us all the time. We all jump at whatever a little bit of comfort finds its way before us. And at the same time, I appreciate your honesty. And I'm thankful for the connection that we do have. And yes, heartbreak comes, but heartbreak goes. It's a part of life. It just means that I need to find somebody who's a little more, my speed.
That guy'll be fast.
You better be. Don't worry about it. Go. Kill a dragon. Another. Kill 2 more. Kill 6 more. I don't care. Just know that you're coming back. Because I need you and your friends to keep pimping out my name.
Sure. Whoever gets you will be a very lucky man.
I know. I know.
I love you.
I know. You sure don't want any tea?
I'm really nauseous right now. I almost didn't come here.
I'm glad you did. He takes your cup. Waste not, want not. Now go! Stop being uncomfortable in front of me. I need to get my morning
Yes.
situated.
Goodbye.
He just kind of stands there. Waves his hand and the door opens on its own.
I leave.
He takes you by the shoulder real fast before he even turns you around and just goes, "Till next time." Say it.
Till next time.
All right. Go. You feel a little pat on your backside on the way out. He's just gonna sit there holding his tea, watching you leave, and door slams behind you. Make your way back. I need you. Return.
I shall. And I go pack.
Okay. As you leave, Vax crosses you in the doorway as Gilmore's in mid-conversation. Right now with, or what was with Drake, and then when he had the conversation there, he kind of watched and Drake left, and so he was kind of on his way out following Percival, and you caught him kind of passing.
Can I steal you for a second?
Certainly.
Over here.
All right.
Hi again.
Hi.
Remember how we just saw each other a couple of days ago and I tried to say goodbye, and you told me to promise you that I would see you again?
Yes, and much to my delight, you've kept your promise, and you better keep keeping it.
You know what will help with that? Boy, have I got an offer for you. You want to help us save the world? My family and I, we're going to him. And I wasn't sure the path that would take us there. I thought we might be on our own, but we're back here. And you are easily the most impressive arcane user I've ever met in my life. And I want us all to still be breathing in a week. I can't think of anyone better to stand with us than you, Shaun.
His eyes kind of look off. And just for a minute, he kind of reaches up and rubs the back of his neck, and you can see there's still like a scar there. He goes, if I'm to be honest, I felt a bit useless here in Whitestone for quite some time. I was there when this all began. He destroyed not just the thing I've been working to build for so long in my life, but friends, home, for all of us. So it is my just honor and vengeful glee to join you on the siege to Amon, if you'll have me.
Grasp him by the back of the head. Gesundheit.
Sorry.
I'm so glad to have you with us, friend. So glad.
Just stay alive. Keep that promise.
Be a little bit easier now.
Good. It smacks you on the cheek.
Good time for musical quote.
Actually smacks you. Smacks you on the cheek and goes,
Okay.
learned that from you?
You started that.
All right then. I guess I gotta gather my supplies and it's been a while since I've seen some. I've never actually seen combat on this scale before, and wasn't just trying to run away. So let's see if I can knock off the old dust.
I'm sure it will be glorious.
Oh, I can guarantee it.
Plug.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Back to Nomo.
Back to Nomo.
Back to Nomo.
Alrighty. As you guys are preparing, the Gilmore comes out. Kind of, you can see now he's usually dressed in his usual casual flowing robes or his wizard tracksuit type outfit. Wow. The outfit you see on him, it's more ornamental, and it's specifically more so than anything you've seen him wear. It has a very similar design and presentation of some of the more noble individuals you saw wandering Marquette, Ank'Harel in particular. He seems to going more ceremonial than you're used to seeing Gilmore.
What color are the robes?
Wow.
Oh, they're very much purple and gold.
Yeah.
He keeps to his aesthetic, but the design is definitely ceremonial and different than anything you've seen him wear.
Wow.
Full Bollywood.
Yeah.
Is it his old Boy Scout uniform, or?
Well, it's a long mantle that travels down to like the lower part of his torso, where his arms come out from these long sleeves that come to a fine point at the ends. He still has all of his jewelry on, but where the belt is, you can see it's a very thick, heavy belt that like ties to a bow in the center, almost like a reverse kimono that comes to a square point. And the robe itself drops low and just flows behind him as he walks. It's really, really pretty. And as he walks in, he's holding himself with the Gilmore air, but you can still see like a bead of sweat down his head and that little bit of a nervous energy. Very well. I guess today's the day. Be pleased.
How are we going to get there?
Be pleased.
He's dead. Love that guy. He's dead. Love that guy.
It is now Gilmore's turn.
Oh, good. Oh. Shaun Gilmore.
Laser pointer.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't know how I just stole 2 pencils.
I do.
Light
lifting compared to what Grant's a good
This
thought.
is true.
Gilmore is gonna, as he watches Jarrett rush off and Keyleth push back around the wall, watching the wall of water kind of crash past the dragon. He goes, all right. It's been a while since I've had to do this. And he kind of points his finger up towards the dragon's head, and you watch as this kind of green spark kind of shoots the single green beam in the direction of the dragon's face.
Please hit his face.
Yes.
Please hit his face. Please hit his face.
Get him, Gilmore.
Shut your fucking face, Uncle Fucker.
I am instantly forgetting.
Get him more.
So, see if it makes dexterity saving throw. That is bad. Yeah, he succeeds. Against his spell DC, yeah, he succeeds to 19. Yeah. He goes and fires, and you watch as Thordak sees the beam kind of glimmer out of the fingers, ducks down, and it just fires past, just dodging between the side of the head and the wings, casting out that way, no effect.
Shit hammer.
What level spell is that, Gilmore?
6th.
I look at him and I go, yeah, 8th. I feel you, man.
It's okay. We've got this.
Fucking sucks, bro. All right, let's do this.
And he's going to go ahead and...
I understand all this arcane terminology.
It's scatter, right? He kind of pushes past and goes running this way. All right, that's going to end his turn. Grog.
Oh, yeah, I see Gilmore take off running, and being there's a giant T-Rex on the map, I'm gonna go, let's go faster, let's go faster, and I would like to run as fast as balls this way towards this cover as far as I can for 50 feet.
Okay, you get right about there as Thordak has the same initiative as you.
Oh!
Thordak, who has dodged the beam and has seen kind of the ants begin to scatter in front, goes, moving targets.
Glad I joined Gilmore.
Love moving targets. And he's going to step forward.
No! Don't move!
Shit.
And
Oh
is
my
going
god,
to...
and he falls and then he
Veer
falls
back.
over.
He's been drinking.
There we go. And unleash
I feel like it's gonna hit all
flame
of
breath.
us.
No.
Right.
Oh, Kiki, you're okay.
I'm alright! Yeah, you made
It's
it!
your bear, is it your bear?
I need Vex, Percy, Vax, Pike, Scanlan, Trinket, Grog, and Gilmore to all make dexterity saving throws.
Dexterity.
Hold on to that number.
Does partial cover help at all?
Okay.
Flame is like napalm.
Oh, God. I'm re-rolling that.
Kima
That
fails. Gilmore rolls a 1. Are you serious?
Oh! Did you roll for Pike?
Oh my god. Alrighty.
10 plus something.
That's a little better. Can I cutting words to do anything?
The ancient dragon.
Cutting words actually can reduce the damage.
Just the damage, not his attack.
We'll take the damage reduction.
Will it reduce the damage for everybody?
I'm double checking, but I'm pretty sure it does.
Please.
So, I will do that.
I just had to use a resolve.
How many of those
What
do
did
you
you
get?
roll?
A 1.
Jesus.
So I had to burn a resolve, which I
Yeah, so you can reduce the damage by a certain amount for everybody.
It won't be much, but I'll do it.
It'll help.
Be glad you do it.
And then he's got disadvantage on something next, doesn't he? After you use cutting words?
Yes.
Alright, so...
So as he goes, I will yell at him, Oi! What sexual position makes the ugliest children? I don't know, ask your mama!
Wow, that's a thing.
I'd like to think of all of
That's
us
good.
kind of nervously
I love
laughing.
Oh, she gets... She has advantage on saving throw. Kima does make her saving throw. Advantage on that one. Alright, so, go ahead and roll your d12 and we'll reduce the damage.
Guys, you can reduce that damage by 5. So instead of 150,
it's 145.
No, instead of
Halved.
9 points of fire damage, it is
What?
94.
94. Wait, huh?
Did you say 90 something?
94 points of fire damage.
But
Instead of
you're still
99?
saying 90. Yeah, I think you're-
It was 99, now it's 94.
Does the 5 get subtracted before we have it or after?
What?
It reduces the damage of the attack.
And then if we have fire resistance,
and
then
that's reduced in half.
But what if we rolled 28? Did we make our save?
I was about to go through here. So Grog, what was your
17?
Nope.
28?
Yes.
24.
24.
Oh, shit. He has to look.
You just make it.
Jesus!
So
24 is just made it?
So I take 0 because I'm using evasion.
Yes,
It's
you do.
dexterity, yeah.
Yes, you do.
I didn't have to roll.
That's right.
18.
18, nope.
21.
Oh,
21.
And Trinket and Pike both fail as well.
Okay. Thankfully, that's half damage. So that would be at half of a 4. We're looking at 37. Sorry, no. 47. 47 points of fire damage to
Groggy?
To Grog, to Percy, to Scanlan.
47.
Pike and Trinket.
Well, Trinket does not take half.
Wait, I thought you said I didn't.
Well, Trinket
Takes the full 90. Trinket is in my necklace
Trinket
again already.
goes right in your necklace.
Wow. Fucking.
47.
Wait. So I
mean,
get
that would be
94
terrible.
or 47?
You didn't succeed, so you would take 94 because you have fire resistance. You take 47.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's not bad.
You take half of 47 because you have fire resistance and you made the save.
So 23,
A
24.
lot of math.
24.
Tell me he has
23.
only one of those per day.
Nope, that regenerates.
23 or 24?
Be 23.
Okay.
And Matthew DM,
I
do
wanna
our
go home.
temporary hit points go away first or last?
They're technically not
Pike took
temporary. It's actually your
47.
max increases, so they actually can come back.
They can come back, yes.
Oh, okay.
So you can heal into them.
Okay.
Somebody get temporary hit points?
Gilmore.
We all do.
We all have
already almost done.
From our
Yeah.
feast.
From our-
Oh,
that's right. Yeah, Pike needs to. I need for that.
Yeah, you're 17 up. You
17.
can go 17 up even if you lose them.
Great. Okay. Well, I'm going to add them now.
Yeah. Your max is now much higher.
Correct.
So yeah, that might be.
Oh, thank you. That's much better.
Okay. Kima's doing okay. Gilmore's looking rough.
Oh,
Immediately, just
no.
as the flames just burn through hyper white, red, orange, blazing fire. You haven't felt heat like this before. You instinctively close your eyes, but it doesn't seem to help. As the flames pass by you, Keyleth, you can even feel the impact from here, singeing your eyebrows, and you have to kind of cover your face for fear of being disfigured by just the proximity. As the fire eventually burns away, Gilmore is like stumbling right now, just burned all around. The rest of the party is already just smoking. Bits of your outfits and edge clothing are now actually kind of curling up and burning. That was bad. Gilmore's turn. Gilmore is dodging out of the outside of the cloud. Is going to go, all right, let's see if we can try this again. And he's going to go ahead and move up into the building just outside of the radius.
Come on, buddy.
Looking behind where the window is busted open, he's going to blow his 1 7th level spell as a lower level spell of Disintegrate once more up towards the chest. That is now
Thank you,
kind of
Leg.
cracked open. So he has to make a melee
Roll
spell
that stunning
attack.
thing, Massive. Come on.
That is a 24. 13 plus 11. That hits.
Yay!
Nobody else is excited about the
I am.
Disintegrate
I'm
Vegas?
very
I will
excited.
once I hear a number, I'll be
Give you a
excited.
cocaine enema.
I'm not going to do a thing till I hear a
We were in
number.
Pike's mind for a second.
It's going to be like 11 points of damage, and I'm just
7th
not.
level Disintegrate.
I'm not going to clap until I hear a number.
Alrighty. That's just an additional 3d6 to that. So it's 13d6.
Oh! Okay, that's a number.
Plus 40
Gilmore.
points of force damage.
Whoa! 13d6. plus-
Now y'all are excited.
Now we're on
I'm with you, Gilmore. I'm a true fan, OG.
So it deals 88 points of damage to Thordax.
Oh!
You watch as Thordax, as the beam slams right into the side of Thordax's shoulder and torso area. The beam is kind of firing out from behind the broken wall. The wings extend as he's kind of bearing down on Vax. And as it hits, the flesh just kind of peels away and turns to dust in the vicinity. You can see just reeling from the pain, the mouth kind of opens wide, the eyes go wide. As it begins to curl across, as it does, you see there's now a bit of bone exposed there where the flesh once was. You can see the scar removed and pulled back, and you can see on the inside of the rib cage, just barely exposed, the outside of a glistening red crystal that is embedded in Thordax's chest.
He does have it.
He was just covered.
Skin's grown over it.
We told you.
We'll use the theater of the mind, Matt.
There we go.
Oh
One
my
little
God.
bump of that table, and
He's
it's
so
all
big.
Good.
No, I mean, I'm serious.
But like
That's
it's all coming down, Matt.
bad news. The angle I have is super leaner.
It's like he's gonna knock over everything
Anyway,
when he comes down.
Is going to fire breath That's going to be Grog, Kima, Pike, and Gilmore.
It's me? Oh.
Yes.
And the hand.
And the hand.
I really don't want that to fall. It's gonna break.
So I need Grog and Pike to roll a dexterity saving throw.
Alright. Come on,
I'm
come
gonna roll
on,
for the
Gil.
hand.
Yes.
No.
Even better. 21.
That's still not enough.
Pike rolled a 10.
Okay, so
That was a 19, right?
rolling this here, that is...
The hand rolled a 9.
Man.
Oh, wait. Did
Hold
she
on.
get. Wait.
That is...
No.
Okay. That's 102 points of fire damage. Halved. Halved for both of you, so 51 points of fire damage. No, to both of you. So 51 points of fire damage to Grog and Pike. Pike needs to make a Constitution saving throw to try and maintain concentration.
Oh, wait, so there's
19.
What's her Constitution save?
What do you mean?
Her modifier, so a total of 20.
Not enough.
Oh,
so it's half the damage you take.
She has to roll
she had to roll like a
She
natural
couldn't
20.
have ever
She,
beat
she
it.
probably couldn't have made it. Yeah. So Beacon of Hope is gone.
It's going to come.
Beacon of Hope is gone. You took the 51 points.
Took the 51.
Right when she needs it the most!
Right when she needs it the most.
Kima rolls a natural 20 on her save, so she takes half damage at least. So Kima's still up.
If we hadn't had that Hero's Feast, Pike would be unconscious.
Kima does not maintain her
Pike's
spell,
low.
unfortunately.
Pike is way low.
Pike gonna be looking out for Pike on our next turn.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Got to.
It's good to know.
Gotta have that ray of sunshine there.
Gilmore rolls a natural 20 on his reflex save.
Yeah!
Thank God. That's awesome.
Get him more.
So... And thank God. So he's still unconscious. Gilmore is down and in flames right now.
Oh God.
Gilmore is down in the
Gilmore's
flames,
down in
unconscious.
flames.
Unconscious?
Unconscious.
Oh shit.
Yep.
I got him. Improvement.
Gilmore, who is now conscious.
Yay!
Just use all those spells.
All the corporate people laugh.
Doesn't have a whole lot else as far as attack spells go. It's going to attempt to stand up.
All right, that was.
Matt, why would you?
He flew 30 feet.
That's a C3, C4.
I can count that.
No.
Just stop giving me shit.
Why would you?
As he gets up, it's like leans back and kind of backs out of the rubble, takes in the surroundings. Sees the magma kind of receding from the crack in the ground. This is. You guys bring me to the greatest places. Oh, he's not looking too good. And releases a lightning bolt up in
He's
his
not
direction.
looking too good?
Not looking too good. He's going to release a lightning
Just
bolt
600
at
health points.
at fifth level. Fifth level lightning bolt.
Fifth level.
Fifth level lightning bolt.
Yeah.
Bodak makes his save. But that will be... Come on, dice. Alright. 10d6. Be 49, half of that. That would be 24 points of lightning damage against Thordak. Alrighty. Gilmore, just at a full run, gets up to the side here. And is kind of flanking. He enters the space, pushes up against the wall, and just kind of surveys the territory. He looks spooked, but also kind of in that, well, we're here type mentality. Looks about the room and goes, "Everyone all right? Please tell me everyone's all right." Ish. Great.
That's my turn.
Could have just been a bad egg.
Okay. And in Keel's turn, that brings us to Gilmore. Gilmore watching this happen and watch Vex go down.
Twitter. What's in there?
Let's see what he does here.
Watch, it's a troll. Oh.
Okay, let's go talk that.
That's funny.
There's like 5 of them in here. We have to do something about this. Sorry,
Okay,
stop.
as Raj transforms up there. Not today. Not ever! And releases his hand like this, and you watch as this a burst of kind of strangely shifting, rippling arcane energy, similar to the same ripple that is shrouding Raishan. Seems to kind of scatter up in that direction. He's going to attempt to...
Come on.
With his successful Dispel Magic, Raishan, the form becomes completely visible now. The invisibility has worn off. And is now standing completely visible. As this happens, Raishan...
I will enjoy eating the flesh from your bones.
Oh, you say balls?
Yeah, definitely from his balls.
Definitely said balls.
It's a dragon delicacy.
Gilmore is then going to... Gilmore goes from excitement to... Shit.
Yeah. Not my balls.
Is going to... knowing the tactics that have previously been used, is going to try and spread out from the rest of the group over here towards the destroyed egg, across the wall. John's turn. Still hasted. Pardon me. Raishan is going to dart backward.
Come on down lower.
And snatch up this one egg.
No.
One of her claws, grabs it and kind of carries it up underneath.
She does care.
She cares.
Let's kill them eggs.
Care Bear stare.
Wait, maybe she's just trying to be a good mom.
She's gonna throw it at us.
Let's go full Donkey Kong.
She could go all Donkey Kong on us.
Here. So that's 20 to get there and back to grab that. She kind of swoops down, grabs it, moves forward ever so slightly this way, and releases. Actually, not from back here. It's going to release a giant burst of poisonous breath outward, affecting.
What?
Kima shrugs it off. Pike shrugs it off. Grog, you shrug it off because you resist. The dispel didn't work earlier. Gilmore ate the feast earlier and is also unaffected. However, I need.
Gilmore didn't get the feast.
That's right, because you only have so many people to eat from it. All right, I need Gilmore, Vax, Vex, and Scanlan to all make Constitution saving throws.
And this is a different poison than what just spit out of the ground.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
This is her breath.
Wow, that's not happy.
This is so really
It's such a pretty die.
Did you say Pike? Did you say Pike as well?
Pike didn't get dispelled, so Pike is immune.
Good. I got a 9, Matthew.
You got a 9?
Constitution?
Yes.
9.
Not you, person.
I didn't have to roll. No, I'm just mocking him.
16. Vex?
She's gonna 14.
14?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys and Scanlan all suffer 83 points of poison damage.
Oh my god!
How many?
83.
Gilmore makes his save. He rolled a 19 plus 3.
So he gets
Half of
40.
that is 41. Thanks to your heal earlier, Gilmore is still standing with 2 hit points.
That makes 2 of us, friend. I'm at 2 hit points as well.
Wow.
How y'all doing?
We're unconscious.
Is now back to a layer action.
Great.
Fuck.
The ground in the center here quakes and cracks open as a familiar burst of magma.
God damn it.
Everyone in this vicinity.
I gotta go.
I need Vex. Vex, your.
Oh my god. Gotta go. I've got 1 success.
Right. Oh, but you're still unconscious, right? Yeah. All right. So
that's
you
an
just
odd.
you just lose the death saving throw, as the magma bursts and sprays around. So you take a long. I need you to make a dexterity save. I need Scanlan.
I lose another.
You lose another.
You've got 1 left.
I
Scanlan?
need Pike to make a dexterity saving throw.
You too, right?
And you too, Grog.
He's got high dex,
And Gilmore.
right? Right?
Well, this, you know what?
Gilmore does not make it.
That's not bad.
I'm rolling shit for damage. That's good. Wow.
What'd you roll, Lors?
I rolled an 8 for Pack.
Okay.
And
so,
a 1 for me.
Okay. You 10 points of fire damage to each of you halved, so you both take 5.
Okay, I'm unconscious.
Okay.
This is so fun, you guys. I love this fight. It's just
let's
the
go.
most fun. Pike's at 29.
I rolled a 19.
A 19. Okay, you succeed, so you take half damage. So you take 5, but you're resistant from the potion, so half that. So 2 points of fire damage.
Okay.
Alrighty. It is now Raishan's turn.
So not good.
I just want to go flip the table over.
Hasted. Raishan, by the way, from the attack from Percy, the damage, you can see Raishan is now visibly bleeding. Parts of the scales are torn. You can see now at a close-up vantage point, as much as the previous dragons you've battled have had a lot of resilience, Raishan's taken a fair amount of damage, but seems to not be quite as physically hardy as what you've previously faced, and is looking visibly hurt. Raishan is going to begin the round, turning to the rest of you.
I have business elsewhere, and you're being really obnoxious. Stay down.
And glancing over, is going to go ahead and, with both of her hands again, release another. She is almost out of spells. Cone of Cold.
Oh no, this is gonna be Scanlan.
That is. I need.
Shit.
So Scanlan.
No!
God.
Scanlan
God
is
fucking damn it.
frozen, covered in ice, locked in place. A solid gnome, bereft of life, motionless on the ground.
I died as I lived. Hard.
Gilmore takes.
I heard him say that before.
Gilmore loses a death saving throw.
Who's up?
I'm.
Vax is up. Rock is up.
I mean, who's next?
I think it's me.
It's Gilmore.
No, it's Gilmore.
Down.
No, it's Gilmore. So Gilmore gets up, kind of looks around. Where did she go?
Through the tunnel.
Okay. He rushes this way, and as he gets about there, he slams into something that is currently invisible. You see a slight ripple of arcane energy, and you see a series of small glyphs kind of spiral outward, and then it goes see-through again. He starts slamming his fists on it.
No.
Of course.
No.
Of course. Of course.
No.
He goes and let's see what he has left. He doesn't has any third level.
This is fascinating.
Yeah.
He's a mime.
Yeah, no. Technically, he looks like a mime from your standpoint. Gilmore's kind of listening to the conversation while finishing closing off the satchels that he's filled with coin, and is currently kind of thinking to himself with his, fingers crossed, his chin kind of perched upon his hands, himself trying to see if there's anything he knows out of the conversation. You do notice also at this point there's a very faint glowing glyph on his forehead.
Yeah.
What is that
Yeah.
Do you see that?
Yeah. What's going on there?
What's on your face?
Gilmore.
Yeah?
You got a little something.
You always look dashing, but you have a new added dashing feature to your forehead right now.
Gold, right up.
Oh, and he kind of waves a hand briefly, and it kind of fades back into his skin, and it's like there's no glow there. He goes, it's just a thing.
Oh, that seems fine. Okay.
Magic?
No, seriously,
Hopefully
though. A good thing.
Everyone has their magical specialties. I carry power in my bloodline.
What power?
He kind of looks back because there's people kind of in the vicinity, and he kind of
Just mouth it, I can read lips.
kind of comes and goes, I'm what they refer to as a runechild.
What's that mean?
You don't know.
I know. What's it mean?
Go on, make a history check.
Okay.
Oh no, I don't know.
You don't know
It's
shit.
a run.
You know less than me.
What's a child?
What's a child?
What's a rune?
Who are you? Who am I?
They were all womb childs, really. In the movie.
I got a new weapon down in the lair. Can you identify this?
I can.
Well, just take a look at it, yeah.
So I've got a few low-level spells still available, certainly. Ooh, this is quite a fancy endeavor.
Right, it's really pretty.
It's not just pretty. It'll perform for you. This, my friend, is a dancing sword.
A dancing sword.
Oh, what? How do you make it work?
I'll throw it on the
Just-
ground.
I start playing Diddy.
Okay, what do you do, Grog?
I threw it on the ground. I throw it on the ground. I don't need your dancing.
My weapon's not a sword.
Duh.
I'm not part of your feudal system.
Yeah.
All right, so you just throw the sword on the ground.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's gonna kill me.
Clang-a-lang-a-lang.
Here we go. The sword goes. Cling, cling. The music's playing. The sword just stays there.
I don't think that's
Play
how it
better.
works, Grog. Hold it.
Sword.
Hold it in your hand.
Feudal.
I threw more blast cannons too, so I go over and I pick up the sword and then
Maybe it has to lead, Grog.
I
I know this much is true.
As Grog slowly rotates, caressing the back of this ornate scimitar, the music emanating from Scanlan's fantastic sham. A number of the nearby military begin to slowly turn and just kind of cock their heads and watch as an unexpected display presents itself amongst the cloud top ruins.
Perverts.
Gilmore leans in. You might want to spend some time with it first.
Oh, we have to
I don't think it trusts you yet.
Yeah, but it's very sharp.
sit down and compliment it a lot.
I think you have to hang out in the shitter with it for a while.
All right, shitter, compliments, take it to dinner.
Conjure some wine in your jug.
Oh, good call.
For it or for me?
Both.
Okay.
Once it likes you, it'll tell you a magic word. Use the word, and that sword fights on its own.
On its own.
Really?
Like a Warner Brothers cartoon.
So you can fight, he can fight, and he can fight with another thing? Oh! You should give him Stalin.
What?
I'm sorry.
She forgets herself sometimes. It's all right, Runechild. Thank you, Gilmore.
Of course. Anything else you need?
Back to the runechild thing.
Yes.
What's that about?
What's a
You
runechild,
did
Shaun?
you?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to tell us if you don't want to, but please.
Well, I just. It's a natural thing that some people are born with. It's a gift. It's
Like scoliosis?
adjacent. But no, it's there aren't many of us, and let's just say in times past we were rune children were sought after. Not always by the best of intentions. So I'd like to keep this information.
Sure.
Of course.
That's all right.
Was that a problem even in Amon, or just where you hail from?
Another thread we need to deal with.
Oh, it pervaded the entire Age of Arcana, but it's not that it's just not well understood, and just please.
Your word is safe with us because I don't know what you're talking about.
That's why I like it, Grog. The details go nowhere.
Gilmore, in your time
Yes.
in growing up on Marquette, did you ever hear any tale of someone named Opesh?
Opash.
Opash?
Opash.
Terrible
necromancer?
necromancer.
But don't tell him.
Can't say I have, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I wasn't really a history buff.
sure.
Sorry.
Damn, I bet Shimon would have known.
We have to go back anyway.
We have a hand to deliver.
We do. We have many things. If anything else, the next order of business is to make a list.
That's what I'm
I'm not actually going to build a list. We're just going to make it. Yeah, saw that in her eye.
How much longer do you think Raishan will stay there?
Until...
Especially if she's not finding what she's looking for.
Not long. I think it'll be a base of operations. That's what I would do. If I thought that I was going to be safe somewhere, I would stay there and simply hunt out, much as we did with Whitestone. Safe until it's
Do
not.
you think she knew you were scrying on her?
She didn't seem to notice. A lot of times you can kind of tell.
Yeah.
And
She seemed distracted.
All right.
She's been beaten pretty badly.
Yeah.
We should get to Whitestone.
Is here taken care of? And do we need to stop in at our home, our keep, and do anything there before we leave?
I mean, aren't we all tapped out? Can you get us to Whitestone now?
Maybe we spend the night in the keep.
Yeah.
For
old time's sake.
Yeah, the old
I could get us back to Whitestone, using my last 7th level spell, and then that's it. I'm done.
We could
But
go
you
home.
you couldn't get all of us, right? I mean,
Tree strike.
No, transport via
but
planes.
like Jarrett and Kima and Gilmore and...
It lasts 6 seconds.
If you all go quickly, yeah. We could
in a line and...
I think my record was like 25 people when we were moving refugees
Yeah,
through.
pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Still trying to break that?
Nice. I would recommend not really trying to break it.
I'm gonna get 25 and a half.
You've seen it happen, I can tell.
2.5 kids? That's fine.
Well, I'm glad I'm alive. I'm glad you're all alive.
Thank you for helping.
Thank you, Shaun.
Oh, it's the least I could do. And if anything, it's this experience has helped me come to terms with the fact that I should not be on the battlefield. I need to stay in the shop.
That is not true. That finger of yours is very powerful.
Yes, and I was also on fire a lot. I want to avoid that.
That's true.
But
Are you
you're
going to be
sweet.
rebuilding your shop here, or are we going to see you in Whitestone as well?
You know, my intent a while back was to start a franchise. We'll see how the winds carry me. After all, I think and he kind of tucks open this like large heavy sack and satchel that's on his side now, and another to the side that you see is a small like compact bag of holding. And he goes, I think I've got it taken care of.
Nice.
Brilliant. We wish you well, Gilmore.
Well, I mean, if we're going to Whitestone, I'm coming with you.
No, you gotta stay. I'm just kidding. You can come.
So you go ahead and you look for Gilmore. You find Gilmore with a big mug of coffee in like his comfort robe, still recovering from the war the previous day. His hair's kind of tasseled up, and he's just sitting there, kind of cradling it, looking out as the sun's setting in the main common mess area of the castle. And as you walk in, oh, Vixella, you return.
I just run straight up. Darling,
Yes.
do you have teleportation? Do you have anything that can send me to Kaimel? To Kaimel.
In a tavern.
Please.
I don't know of a sigil there. I'm sorry. I normally don't frequent places like that. It's a bit dastardly for my tastes. I'm sorry.
Do you know of a city nearby? Anything?
What? I mean, there's Westrun, but that sigil got destroyed too. What's
I don't know
wrong?
what to do. Scannon's down. We have to find his daughter.
Puts his mug down and kind of stands up slowly. His demeanor gets very stoic and very dark. Well, let's see what we can do. Follow me. And he begins walking down towards, and leads you towards the home that he's been staying here in Whitestone. He goes in, and it's still, it's barely furnished based on the original attack that happened when you guys had the assassins come after you here. It's been cleaned up, but hasn't been replaced. He goes rummaging through some things up in his room and goes through a few packs and goes, I don't really have many options. Is it a...
I just need to get there.
Have you talked to Allura?
She's out. Out of spells.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. And he leads you back up to the castle. As you brought up to the castle, Gilmore is kind of tugging your arm, and you see he has kind of a haste to him, and he's like, "Where's Eskil?
Yeah.
Where's Eskil? Has he returned? Please, somebody, give me this answer. Anyone!" And you watch some of the guards kind of come up, and it's like, Eskil's been backing his research at the ziggurat for the better part of a week now.
Guards, you're with Gilmore. You will get him into any room in the castle immediately without question.
Yes, sir.
Now.
It pulls you down. You rush down to the down past the ziggurat, and actually Eskil is returning with his servant. His older, kind of hunched form. Looks like they finished their work for the day. And as you all begin rushing down the hall to the ziggurat beneath Whitestone, it's,
hello. You would finish. There's no reason to progress.
Teleportation.
Oh, it's a very strange
Shaun.
and very unique magic. Yes, of course.
Yes. Can you do it?
It's child's play, really.
Then can you send me to Kymel, please?
Kymel?
Yes.
Why would you want to?
Urgently, darling.
Shaun's kind of gets, if you want to be of use to anybody right now, buddy, this is the way to do it.
All right. It's one-way trip, so you're paying for a room and board.
Sure. I give Shaun a kiss on the cheek.
All right, so you go ahead and you bring Gilmore in?
Yeah.
Okay, it's easy enough to bring in. He's kind of waking up. So, what can I help you with?
Hi.
We found this. Be careful, it was with Raishon.
He sits down, kind of places it on his lap, and kind of tugs on his braided goatee. This is, this smells like shit. Oof.
Several things have died on top of it.
I give my armor a sniff.
Oh, smells different kind of shit, but shit nonetheless. He takes a look over it. This has a very faint magical essence to it. Let me go ahead and... He looks over it. For a second, his eyes kind of glow with that same kind of arcane purplish energy that kind of flares when he does identify spell. Looks over it. This is an evil book. Reading this would be informative, but would certainly have a cost.
Oh.
Like money?
Soul money.
Ooh.
Soul money.
Do we have any of that in the bank?
I don't think we do. Not anymore.
Wouldn't recommend it, Grog.
What do you recommend we do with this book?
Well, if you ever feel like you want some light reading, or find somebody who's foolish enough to read it, or at least has the willpower to push through its dark enchantments. I have no idea.
Oh shit.
Wow.
Well,
let's just keep that in a.
Going to vault that for the moment.
Yeah.
So you're saying somebody could read it, but they'd have to make it all the way through the end?
Well, I don't want to look into it, I'll put it at that point. But somebody with a strong enough mental aptitude to be able to not be corrupted by its dark magics.
Not
That's my recommendation.
Not anyone in this room is what he's saying.
Right.
Standing, not noticing you're there, you see three figures in full dark armor, similar to who you fought in the ziggurat, or one who was guarding the tunnel that led up into Tharum
So
Fala.
they don't look like the big kahuna, they look like
No.
the underlings.
The underlings. You see them in the same like kind of dark horned armor. There's one that's humanoid size and one that looked to be like halfling size. Or two of them with halfling size flanking.
From my hidden position, I want to see if I see any traps in the room.
Okay, make an investigation check from immediate entry.
Well, I'm not entering. I want to do it from my peeky spot.
I mean, from the immediate entry from what you
Right,
can see.
got
You
it.
can't investigate like from across the room.
So that is 23.
They're not facing away, but they don't seem to acknowledge his presence yet. They don't see him.
Rolled 44 stealth.
Yeah, 23 for the investigation.
Okay. You don't see any traps in the immediate vicinity of the room.
So what I'm going to do is slowly back down to the party.
Okay.
Relate what I just saw. 3 of them. What do we do? What are we going to do?
Just standard undead? What kind of?
No, they're like they're death knights.
Death Knight dudes.
Do they count as
Oh,
undead?
God.
They're not Death Knights. The Death Knight is what
They're
you fought.
dudes in armor.
The dudes in armor.
They're lackeys.
Are they human or undead? They're humans or undead?
Can't tell.
How
They're
did
fully
you feel
armored.
about it?
How far up the stairs?
They're about maybe, you guys where you are right now, they're about 30 feet around the way and then 10 feet into the chamber, 20 feet.
I'll divine sense, which is up to 60 feet. Are they fiends, celestial, or undead?
Nope.
So it looks like
What
they're
if you send
human.
in Delilah and
They're probably human.
Well, is it difficult for you to use that silence weapon of yours?
Once I use it, I've got 10 minutes.
Of
10 minutes of silence.
Silence.
And I was curious that if I get close enough to Vecna, he can't talk.
So do you want to?
Oh,
What do you
so
want
you
to
need
do?
to save that shit.
I was hoping to save that because that might be a thing where we can keep him from casting vocal spell.
Can we just try and
They're
stuff
not
around
undead?
them and not fight them at all?
It's a small room. You and I
Do you have to
can
cut through?
probably handle 2, but that leaves a third.
You see one staircase, one final staircase that winds around the corner. You actually, well, you haven't seen it yet, so.
Okay. I
There's
mean,
no chance you could just remove the stone from the middle of the floor and
well,
have it
that's
fall.
kind of what I was looking for. Can I like take a peek and see what's up? Is there any other stone?
Make a stealth check.
Yeah.
+10.
Do you still have that?
Yeah.
Dope.
That's good. That's good.
That's real good. That's real good. 39.
Whoa.
39, okay.
Yeah.
So as you curl around the edge, you glance inside, you recognize this chamber. When you scried in here previously, this was the chamber that was being left by the Death Knight as he ascended to the top of the tower. So this
Okay.
is the last stop.
Okay.
Can you open up the floor underneath it?
Does it look like the floor opens?
It doesn't look like it's a trap door or anything. It's
I'm saying it's
stone.
stone. Can you open up the floor and let
Could-
it fall?
Could
Oh.
Could Stubby and I each target one and you yank one into the ground simultaneously? Can you do that right now?
We can't really. I mean,
I could hold
it's a single
one of them.
staircase.
Let's have you two,
Yes,
take some out and
well-
we'll send the big guys in and just.
It's worked stone.
It's all worked stone. It's all
Okay.
very carved.
I could
So
hold
it's a
one
little
of them.
rough.
Just paralyze one of them.
I can also
Let's not use
hold
our
the
magic unless we
person.
have to.
Yeah,
I
let's
mean,
not
if we
mind
don't
magic.
think that the room or the setup of this will fuck us up, the big boys can go in and probably
mop up after you take your sneak attack.
We can follow your attacks.
Definitely,
Okay.
because we don't want to create a stir. We might. So it's better that we do 2 quietly and just leave 1 left. Can you
Would
throw
there
your
be
fucking
room?
mana's bowl at the 3rd?
It's better against weaker opponents.
Okay.
The thing is, it's a thin staircase. It's like not 3 people won't be able to attack at once.
I'll have 10 minutes of silence.
2 at most to be able to strike at
So
once.
you
and
and me
then
go up, sneak attack, fall back, and let somebody run in and just take it out. Yeah.
you can do that.
Yeah, so who's going in to
You have the taller one in the center and then the 2 smaller ones
We'll
flanking.
take the smaller ones.
I would send in the Dragonborn because
'Cause
they're
you've
all
got-
alive.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get ready to fight
Point me in
once
the
we
right
take the
direction.
2
Do you
out.
think you can handle this?
Tell me again the 3 that are in the center.
There's one like human-sized one in the center, and then there's 2 kind of halfling-sized ones.
Don't fuck this up.
Jock's Machina does not get hazed, so just...
Archon, you're gonna...
Yeah, stop bullying Jock's Machina.
Dude.
So, Archon, we're going to handle the small,
No bullying.
and right after you'll handle the tall. Yeah?
Sounds good to me.
All right.
So we sneak up. Is it auto crit if it's a sneak attack?
If they're surprised.
If they're surprised, yeah.
Okay. Are they surprised?
I stealth. You have to stealth, right?
I have to stealth.
You have to stealth.
Okay. 29.
Okay. So
I will go a split second before my sister.
Okay, so both of you guys curl up to the edge and you see the three of them. What are you doing?
We're attacking the two small
Throwing
ones.
on the right, throwing
Okay,
on the left.
so you're attacking the one on the right, you're attacking the one on the left.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll your attacks.
All right.
Is it auto crit?
It's an auto crit.
Yes.
If it hits, it's an auto crit, or
If it hits, it's not a crit.
Okay.
But you have an advantage on the attack because they don't know you're there.
Oh, that's good. 30 on the first hit.
That hits.
They all hit. 4. That's good. 4.
Oh my god, I rolled 4 6s.
She did.
And a 5.
And the light up one.
I'm doing okay.
And the light up one.
29 times 2. 29 times 2 is what?
Both of you guys
Kill
got
it.
big damage.
Was it 29 times 2?
Yeah.
That's 58.
58 plus 8, so 64. 66.
80.
66. And
For,
what?
for 80 for the first.
And that's the first attack.
All right, so second attack for each of you.
19.
That hits.
12 for my second.
Does not hit.
No, they all hit. All
Oh,
my
sorry,
attacks hit.
sorry.
They
12
were,
damage
like,
for the
12
second.
damage for the second.
Okay, what's the damage on the second one?
18 on the second.
Okay, both of the armored ones inside just like take the hit and crumple, fall back, like helmet falling off.
And I
just
immediately move to the side so he can run through.
All right.
So the guy turns around and I'm.
All right, so they're still in the center of the chamber. They're about 15 feet from the top of the stairs. So if the two of you are going to rush in, you can
Just
you.
Just Archon.
Okay, Archon, you rush in towards the one that's in the center. Go for it.
Unleash everything. Okay. Well, this. I don't think I should rage here. I only get 2. I only get 2 rages. I don't want to end.
Stuck.
Everything.
I was like so busy watching the
Did you see
action.
that?
I'm like,
So,
God fucking.
So what'd you roll?
no!
Right as he runs out, Scanlan says, "Don't fuck this up!"
So as they both drop, you rush up. The one standing in the middle in the armor doesn't react to your arrival. Just stands there staring at you as you rush forward and swing. You hit the armor, but you hit the edge of the blade and it just cleaves off, doing no impact.
Does he move?
That's attack 1.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, come on, baby.
That's
No, that's okay.
21.
That's okay. That's
21 hits.
Okay.
Run roll
It
damage.
looked bad from this angle.
No. Yeah, it wasn't.
Yeah, no.
Back to back
Okay,
one.
no, I see it now, but like, holy cow.
He's not undead. He's not undead.
Not
is he?
undead, nope.
No. Huh. Okay. Then, well, this is going to be weird then. Okay. Oh, it's not bad. That's 28.
28. All right. You hack, and the axe slides into the front of the breastplate. And as you pull back, you see a gout of blood. The figure just takes it, not reacting.
Stands there.
Yeah.
Maybe we shouldn't kill all of.
What? Why?
All right. So
I
what
would
the rest
like
of you doing?
to bonus action.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't. I'm not. I'm just.
Why isn't he moving?
A helmet?
Yeah.
Can you pop the
the
helmet
one standing
off?
has a helmet, and the two that fell, their helmets kind of tumbled off as they impacted and fell back.
What do they look like up there?
Oh, no.
Ones that the helmets came
Oh
off.
no, were they our friends?
What friends?
Pull the helmet off. Oh, come pull the helmet off.
I pulled the helmet off.
Okay. You pull the helmet off, and you watch a immediate bit of black, kind of fuzzy facial hair tips from underneath. And as you reveal, you see darkened skin and long black hair with a bit of kind of colored makeup under the eyes.
No.
And what looks to be a metal band across the forehead.
No.
Looking ahead, unmoving, unflinching, just locked in place, staring past you.
Is it Gilmore?
We
You
all.
glance up and look, and it's Gilmore standing in the middle of the room.
Wait, don't run in.
We killed the two.
No, we don't know anything yet.
I command Zombie Delilah and Zombie Vander to go to the heads and take the helmets off the 2 heads on the ground.
Yeah.
Okay, the helmets are partially off, so it's easy enough. They slip the helms off. To the left, it was less of a halfling and more of just a younger girl. It was conjoined armor, a little taller than the other. You can see brown hair with a shock of white in it,
currently laying back, unmoving, bleeding out. The other one looks to be specifically gnomish, short brown hair, and is just eyes wide on the ground.
Is that my girl? Is that my baby girl?
I think it's an illusion.
An illusion?
I'm hoping. I don't know.
To
I feel
fuck
like this
with
can't
us?
be real.
That's my baby girl.
Can I I'm going in.
I am too.
Okay.
Me too.
Can I stand over one of the bodies and just do like a perception check, a medicine check?
Make a medicine check.
No, there's no way.
A woman?
23.
23.
A child.
They're not illusions, and they are both dead.
I cut the head off of the one in the middle.
No! No! Don't do it! I'll go down! I stand in front of him and I say, no! Please don't!
They still have them, kind of the bands. Each one of them has this like strange brass
Take the band off!
across
Take the band
head.
off his head! I take my mace and I slowly try to take one of the bands off.
Okay, you take it off the head of one of the two dead?
Yeah, but not touching it, but just like scraping it off.
Okay,
with
it slides off.
Does anything happen?
No.
Off of one of the
can
dead ones?
Yeah.
Can we cast Revivify on him?
Don't.
No.
Do that.
Let's.
Yeah, do that.
Is it, who is it? Who
Revivify
are
is
they? For
immediate,
sure.
though.
It is
It's Kaylee and
dead.
Cassandra.
It's Kaylee and Cassandra.
Not looking.
Revivify them. Take the bands off and revivify them.
We need. What is the band before we do anything?
Take it off of Gilmore.
Take it off
He's
of
still
Gilmore.
alive.
Let's make
She
him.
did. She took it off.
No,
the
she
No,
took
no,
it
She took it off
Is
one of the.
Gilmore, does Gilmore look like he's still alive?
He's wounded, but he's still alive and just
Okay,
staring
so I'll do
forward.
the same thing.
Okay, you pull the
with
band
Gilmore.
off, and the eyes kind of flicker for a second. Oh.
Oh my god.
What happened? Where am I?
Oh my god.
Alright, pull the axe back.
Oh my god.
What happened?
You just killed.
Okay.
Save her. Right now.
I put my hand up over his mouth.
Okay.
Take them.
It's okay. It's okay.
He looks down.
I stand over. I stand over Kaylee and I cast Revivify.
Okay. Okay. You see like the eyes kind of lull back in the stillness of the body, and as you finish touching the body and the warmth burst, the breath comes back to her and she starts coughing. And sits up and kind of leans over, grasping.
I go and grab her and just hold her.
I stand over Cassandra and I cast Revivify.
Okay.
Oh. These are big spells, aren't they?
As you reach out and touch her chest, the brief moment of stillness leads as her eyes slowly blink back. Begins breathing again.
This is some 7 shit right here.
That is so fucked up.
Shaun, can you get them out of here?
Yes.
How did you get here? Is it really you?
Do you remember anything, Shaun?
Anything that can help us?
I was in my workshop and there was a flash of light and a doorway opened and it just pulled me through and...
Can I roll an insight check and see if it...
Make an insight check, yeah.
I'm taking him by the cheeks. You're in a very bad place. You're in a very bad place and time, and you need to get out of here. You need to take these women and go down these stairs and hide.
21.
21. I mean, it's Shaun Gilmore.
Fucking hell.
You are in no shape to do anything right now. You need to take these 2 women and hide downstairs. Do you hear?
Where are we? What's going on?
There's no time to explain.
We're in the Tower of Entropis. We're on the back of a Titan. Just try and get them as far away from here as possible.
Just
Vasselheim is
down.
an hour away.
So you can fight with us.
No.
No. His head is not where it needs to be.
Wait, so if we're near Vasselheim.
Yes.
What's Entropis?
No. We're in Thorumfalla. It's been teleported to the back of a titan, which is a giant mountain, which is what we're on from the Shadowfell. You just have to get away.
We're 50
Get
feet
away.
below Vecna. He's right above us.
Go
What are
away.
you going to do?
We're gonna fight him.
And you're gonna go away.
In 30 minutes, we could all be dead, but if we have any chance, you three need to not be here. You need to go down, now.
Oh, I can get the three of us away. I can teleport us. It's maximum of what I can do.
Jamansa Ord is here. The Slayer's take has probably been vastly compromised. Just
Go
get
to
out of
the
here
woods.
and get to the woods. Scanlan's right.
I could probably take us back to Amon. Like, why even stay
Then
near
go.
this place?
Go.
I'll do that. You're going to fight this Vecna.
We are.
I hate to even ask, but is there anything you can do still?
If you make it quick.
Yeah, we have to ask.
It's a good question.
I'd almost rather him stay and fight.
I know, I want him to stay and fight.
No. He's got to get them away.
Yeah, but if you can...
They're at 1 hit point each.
Yeah, but to be fair, they're going to be dead in an hour anyway.
If you can
we
make
don't
this
deal with
quick, I can leave you with some intense adrenaline, my friend.
Me?
Yes.
I'm a fan of adrenaline.
He looks around at the blood on the floor and the two barely living women to the side and says, if the one you're going to fight is the one that did this to me and them, leave a scar in my name if you don't mind. And when it's done, maybe carve a unicorn.
With pleasure.
Then hurry. At which point you begin to hear heavy footsteps coming up the stairs behind you, heavy footfalls. And a number of other footsteps heading up the tower behind you. He goes and grabs the bodies close, glances around you up the stairway. You see emerging behind you the Death Knight that joined you in the fight against
I
Vecna.
grab Kaylee by the face and I just say to her, goodbye.
The one that met you at the top of the tower last time you fought Vecna. Emerges and looks across and begins to go for the blade.
I go straight for him.
You go straight for him?
For the Death Knight?
Yeah.
Straight for him.
Okay, at which point, Gilmore reaches out to you and casts haste on you.
Haste?
Yes.
Oh,
But it lasts a minute, hurry.
I hate to say this, but Archon, do you have him?
Get upstairs, I'll hold him off.
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
Gilmore
Come on.
grabs both of the girls.
Bless Shaun. It was an honor knowing you.
It'll be an honor knowing you all still. At which point he grabs both of the girls and with a flash of lights, the three of them vanish. The Death Knight at which point has turned to reach out and goes to cast something as Archon rushes up and just slams the axe across his arm, knocking it aside. You can see now behind him other cultists and other things begin to head up down the stairs, but they're currently being choked at this point where the Death Knight's being held at the stairway where Archon's just stepping there.
We run through the other door.
Zombies are grabbing I'm grabbing for his arms.
All right.
Oh, shit.
As Archon holds off, you guys head up towards the top of the tower, and that's what we're going to pick up next.
What did you do? You Kevin Spacey from Seven, motherfucker! What did you do?
Oh, wow. When you revealed to a god how close and dangerous you were last game, there were going to be repercussions.
Oh my god!
And he knows how to get to you. He knows your secrets. So,
This is a great game.
All right. If you guys would like to, take the next couple of days to rest in Vasselheim. Is there anything in particular you want to or need to take care of before this journey? Because we are in a bit of a time crunch. Speak now or forever hold your inventory.
I'm good to go.
Let home know what we're doing, and beyond that, ready to
I
go.
feel like maybe we should just quickly check in with Gilmore. Just a quick, just to see how he's faring.
All right.
Through the use of a locate creature spell, which is easy enough for you to muster over the next couple of days, you find that Gilmore is still within Vasselheim. Leading yourself down towards the quad roads, you see a portion of the city not far from one of the massive footsteps of the primordial titan that had crushed what looks to be 3 square blocks in one giant footfall. Where that crater is, you can see there's a number of families that are out of a home, but a lot of them have been gathered around, and you can see there are bastions bringing food, and among them you see the familiar purple and gold robes, beautiful dark skin, goatee, and ever-present rosy smile of Shaun Gilmore, as he's currently down there doing a series of tricks with prestidigitation to impress and bring joy to what looks to be about 6 or 7 children on the side of the road. You watch as these sparkles extend from his fingertips, and he begins to kind of weave them around, and then suddenly as he releases, they explode into what looks to be a dozen glowing orange birds that flutter away and then disappear into small fireworks. And the kids scream loudly and then cheer and clap. And they rush up and kind of, 2 of them hug his leg, and he's like, oh, it's nothing, really, it's a cantrip. Oh my goodness, if these aren't faces that I've been wanting to see, come here. And he runs up and puts his arms around, he puts one arm around Keyleth and kind of just to Percy, and he puts one around Vex and kind of leads up for Pike and goes, oh, it's so good to see most of you. Is Grog back in the necklace at this time?
Yes, he is.
Where's Grog?
Soulless.
I didn't hear you say that.
Grog.
Yes.
No, really, he's soulless. He's in the necklace right now. He's unconscious. And,
Well, I guess that's par for the course, wouldn't it be?
mm.
And where's the pretty one?
That's.
I'm right here. Hi.
We're having to make a dash to Pandemonium soon. We were wondering if you had any advice and/or ideas of ways to keep safe in that realm.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not the most school-learned practitioner of the arcane arts. It's more of a gift. But from what I've heard in passing, it's a very, very nasty place.
We will fill you in on all of the insanity when we return, but we are taking Grog there to reconstitute himself a bit. He's was toying with a deck of many things.
You notice as he's like listening to this conversation, there's a dual aspect of his current attention. He's listening, but he's also watching all of your faces, and you watch his expression kind of slowly drop.
We need to talk to you.
I believe I already have an idea.
I mean, you knew it was coming, right?
I did.
Yeah.
It doesn't make it any easier, but who am I to say that to you?
We tried.
I reach out and I grab Vex's hand.
We all tried so hard,
And I grab Scanlan's hand.
but we couldn't.
He steps forward and just puts his arms around you and holds you. And whispers into your ear, I'm so very sorry. The 2 of you shine so bright. But that light hasn't gone away either. And he kind of steps away for a moment, and you can see the tears down his face as well. But I'm proud. My God, look what you've done. When I met you, you were a bunch of bumblefucks. I mean, seriously. I was raising prices because you were so brash and obnoxious, but
I knew you were.
Oh, I couldn't haggle past you, Vex. Anyway, thank you for letting me know. Now's not my time to grieve. And he kind of points to all the families out there in the road and says, they've lost far more. I'll tend to them. Maybe once you complete this venture, we can all have some nice tea and some pastries, and we can reminisce and talk story.
I look forward to it.
Me too.
To pandemonium, I suppose.
Yes. Shaun. He loved you. And so do we.
I know. I know. Anyway, you cast Prestidigitation and you watch as the tear marks just dissipate. His eyeshadow gets noticeably more vibrant and fantastic.
That is
He goes,
a good
"Ah."
cantrip. Jealous. Yeah.
Well, I have an audience to perform for. You take care of yourselves. Remember, we made plans. My place, Iman, you know where to find it. He walks over to you and says, you take care.
Yes, darling.
Children, come. Let me show you why they call me glorious.
Get out, man.